And there we are. Looks perfect to me. Episode 45, Abomination Vault's Goodness, Pathfinder 2E. You guys ready to play some Pathfinder?
Always.
Let's go.
Yeah, I thought so. I hope so. Should have a fourth player coming in tonight. Jesse's going to be running a little late playing Sheppy. He's on his way back home at the moment. He's going to jump in sometime before the end of this session. So, yeah, we're looking forward to that. Eric will be missing the session tonight, so we're just going to start off with, we got Rachel number 1 and Rachel number 2, and we got Kyle, and we got me. So that's good enough to get a start off, I think. And, yeah. So how you guys doing? Everything all good? You all set for this? This is gonna be a good session. You know that, right? Huh?
Oh yeah, a lot of maiming about to happen to this Carson if he doesn't give me the right answers.
Carson? You mean Carmen? Carmen.
Yeah, Carmen.
Carson.
Keep thinking Carson for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys made a lot of discoveries in the last 2 sessions. A little bit of investigating. That was a little change of pace for us in this mega dungeon. That was fun. And so, yeah, let's do our introductions here before we get into this. Episode 45. And we'll start with you, Rachel number 1, Althea. How you doing? What's going on? Who you playing?
Oh, I am fantastic. I'm playing Althea tonight. She's come to be a favorite, obviously, because we haven't seen Elias in quite some time. She is a little gnome who has taken up the business of being a cleric. The Holy Spirit of Desna flows within her, so she can give the magical healing that's oh so necessary for her companions to carry on.
Excellent.
Although she hasn't quite healed in a while. We've been really reliant on Cassandra, which
Yeah.
is not bad, because when my healing spells are out, well, you got to be able to fix yourself up somehow.
Yeah, Cassandra, played by Eric, is a monk who's got a lot of healing ability and quite skilled in it. And it's a great character he come up with. I love her. And yeah, she's been doing a lot of healing. So yeah, but I think we won't be seeing much of her in this session. Okay, Althea, thank you, or Rachel, that is. Arthurian, Kyle, you're up next. What's going on, my friend? What do you think?
Hello there, everybody. I'm Kyle, and I play Arthurian, the filth fever-ridden dwarf right now. But I'm not going to let it stop me, because even if I don't get recovered, we have a mission. People to protect, companions to protect, so we're going to get back in there. Even if I'm coughing up a lung and losing blood like a freight train, we're still going to get in there, because this dwarf knows no quit. And we're going to see if we can get some healing done, and we're going to go investigate, see if we can find a blade. I got me a new mace for the occasion, so we're going to see if we can try that bad puppy out. It's a war flail. It's got like the different fins on it. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited. Very excited. Dwarf get to hammer stuff like Hulk smash. Yes, sir. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we'll see where we end up, on the right side or the wrong side.
Yeah, your character has, what is it called? Filth rot or filth disease or something.
Filth fever.
Yeah, curious how you got that? Where'd that come from?
I'm blaming the ghouls. I blame ghouls for everything in this game. Like, ghouls are the reason why somebody has bad gas because they ate cabbage. That damn ghoul did it.
Haven't seen ghouls in a while, though.
So I
Yeah.
have to come up with a different excuse.
Yeah, being around dead bodies doesn't help.
No, very true.
And, which is recent. But anyway, moving on. We're going to go to Rachel number 2. Dizzy. How you doing, Dizzy? Who's your character tonight? What are you playing? What are you expecting to happen tonight in this awesome session of Pathfinder?
I play Alessandra, the gunslinging vampire. She's still keeping to her usual routine of being quiet, not saying a whole lot. Um, I have quite a number of hopes of what's going to happen tonight, but I'm going to stay quiet about that. And really excited to get back into it.
Yeah, it's been a while. Feels like it's been a while. It's only been a week, but I'm pretty anxious to get back into some Pathfinder. All right, with that out of the way, with our 3 players, again, we got Jesse coming in. He plays Sheppy, the goblin sorcerer of fire and destruction. He'll be joining in when he gets home, basically. I don't know exactly when, but he'll be joining us mid-flow of the game. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Now let's do a recap, and I'm going to leave that up to you guys as a group. Recap a little bit, as briefly as you can, the last session, what's been happening, and what's about to happen. Kyle, do you want to start it off and
I
segue
can
into the
indeed.
others? All right, fantastic.
All right. So what happened in the last session is we arrived. The session before that, we had made the discovery that to get deeper into the gauntlet and make progression, and we found out this information from the ghost of Otari himself, the group's rogue, the rogue of the Rose Guard, who originally marched in and defeated Belcora. He was never found. We found him, or his ghost rather, and he told us that these iconics, these objects of the Rose Guard, were needed to access the lower levels. We finally found ourselves with a new task and a new purpose, and we withdrew back to town in an effort to find those iconics, and so we can progress and stop and defeat Belcora, lay Otari to rest properly. Upon arrival, I believe we went to Mortalblent. We found out a bunch of information there, and then yeah, we sort of went about our own ways of investigating, and I'll leave that part to whoever wants to pick up after me. But yeah, we basically came back and discovered I was very, very sick, but toughen it up because dwarves don't quit. Aha!
Okay, who wants to pick up from there? Check it
I'll
out.
let Althea.
Okay, the pressure's on you, Rachel.
Oh boy, I was thinking Dizzy let us in on the happenings with the druids.
Yeah, that happened early on.
Oh, all right. I'll take lead on that one then. Alessandra breaks away from the group, and she had gone up to talk to the jurors to see if there's any healers around that could possibly help Arthurian with whatever ailments he had. At the same time, she was going to ask any of the people who possess magic up there if they might be familiar with a certain glow, this bluish, shimmery glow that she remembers seeing on a barrier, but she finds out, I believe the character's, the person's name is Whirlywind. Has not been seen for days, and which piques her interest, but she decides to, instead of waiting around for the person, she comes back and blends in with the group as they're making their way towards their destination.
Yeah, you were basically trying to see if you could somehow connect with the magic that might be present in this stone circle area where the lake is located. You've never really been here. You met some new faces, gathered around, had a good time, a lot of drumming going on. You did sense magic, particularly in the runes that you saw carved on some of these stones. that are set around this lake. You did sense the presence of magic, but for whatever it was worth, you could not tell. Would it be of aid to you in helping your friend, this dwarf named Arthurian? You weren't sure. But regardless, you had some good conversation. And eventually, before dusk fell upon the town, you made your way back to find your friends. And lo and behold, there they were in the streets on their way out of Rin Civix's home. You gathered yourselves together and made your way to, I believe, not the Crow's Casks, but the Crook's Nook. A shady establishment, a tavern in town set upon the bridge that goes over the Osprey River. If we look at our map, we'll see that location. You can see the Osprey River. And right here, where I'm pinging, is the location of the Crook's Nook. Arthurian is a patron there at the Crook's Nook. It's a rowdy place. He got into a big brawl one time there with some character named Barolo and his ilk in the back streets. And it was a tale much earlier on we told. But yeah, you made your way to the Crook's Nook. Now, Thea, you want to pick up from there?
Yeah. So in this quest, one would say, to obtain the sword that has been stolen, we followed the lead to the Crook's Nook, only to find that Carmen, the man we're searching for, is now nowhere to be seen. We kind of split up to scout the place. We see ruffians, thugs, drunks, and we kind of pick apart and see who we can find. And eventually, our attention is drawn to the proprietor. You'll have to remind me, what is her name? I did not write that down.
Yasmira.
Yasmira, that's it.
Yasmeria. Now, I don't know if I stated this before. I might not have, but Althea, you would recognize her, having lived here in Otari for at least 5 years and working here. You know some of the folks here. Sheppy certainly would. Yasmira is the owner of the establishment of the Crook's Nook.
Yes. She waved us over and ended up talking to us and making, after some conversation, we flat out said we're looking for Carmen. And she says, well, I may know a thing or two about this person you seek of whom there's a little bit of bitterness in the way she spoke about him, as if they did not get along. And we find out that she's willing to accept money for information. So we paid her in silver coins because we didn't want to make it easy. And we were able to get this information. And what we found out was that Carmen, there is a good chance that he is actually hiding out in a place called Smuggler's Refuge. And this is a somewhat known place to us. It is like a place where younger folks hang out, about like an hour outside of town, west through the woods. We haven't quite been there, but there's a first time for everything. Take a little detour to find him because he wasn't at his place of, he wasn't at his workplace and he wasn't at the Crook's Nook, so this was their next lead. But having the night was going on, and we didn't want to just show up in the middle of the night. So we decided, since Arthurian's not feeling right, that we would rest up, have him heal up, and then we would go the next day when everyone's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Fantastic. And everybody's going to get an extra hero point. That means you're starting the session off with 2 each. 2 hero points. Wow. Imagine that. 2 hero points. Max is 3. They don't carry over from session to session, of course. They're used to re-roll d20 rolls as well as to save you from dying. That kind of thing. Maybe that'll come into action tonight. We'll see. So you got 2 of them. Update your sheets. Now, current time. It is the 28th of Farast. We're nearing the end of the first month of the spring season. Today is Sunday, as it is known in Galarian. Sunday. Start of the week. And it's about 8 p.m. or 2 hours past dusk at this point. And you have decided to leave the Crook's Nook with eyes upon you once again. You notice that when you leave the establishment after having a nice, good, hearty a hearty meal, I should say. It was quite expensive. And I believe you've all decided to make your way to the Dawnflower before it totally shuts its doors for the evening and seek healing, possibly, for Arthurian before you all probably go back to the Rowdy Rockfish and get a good sleep, heal up, and prepare for your journey in the morning in the woods to the west of town. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I believe so. Sounds about right.
Okay, now are you all heading in toward the Dawnflower at this point?
I would have faith that they'd be able to successfully recuperate and heal up, or at least get rid of this ailment from Arthurian. So Althea would probably head back to her abode and rest up.
All right, you're going back to the abode. All right, okay.
Yes.
All
I'm
right.
walking into the Dawnflower.
Trudging along, Cassandra in tow. How about you, Alessandra? What are you up to?
Alessandra would probably be discreetly kind of falling away from the group, and then she would go hunting for a meal since she doesn't eat like everybody else, because she doesn't want to disgust them with how she typically feeds.
Feeds. Wow.
So she'll break away from the group as Cassandra and Arthurian are going to Dawnflower and try and find some way to get some substance that she needs badly.
Okay, now just to clarify, you are staying at the Rowdy Rockfish, and you're paying
Correct.
four gold pieces a month to do that. And so all your meals and upkeep are taken there, including that's where you would sleep. Now I'm assuming that's what your intention is, right? You want to get a meal there. I know you're talking about this feeding in the back alleys, whatever that is. But,
Yeah, that's where she would be heading to get her meal, and they use the term loosely.
Okay. All right, so you're breaking apart from the group.
Her nutrients.
That's the proper
Gotta get her
terminology.
vitamins, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, she'd be breaking off from the group to go get something to eat.
Okay. And before we go any further, we do have Jesse here tonight. Jesse, we are live tonight. If you're available, unmute yourself and feel free to shoot a hi.
Hey guys,
Awesome.
I just got back from a long road trip.
Okay,
I'm here.
excellent. We just did our intros and recap, and you guys are heading. It's about 8 p.m. at night now, so it's a couple hours after dusk. And as a group, not as a group, you've all broken apart. Althea's head off to her abode, and Alessandra's heading up back to the Rockfish, sneaking around, not sure what to do. She's hungry. She's thirsty. And right now, Arthurian and Cassandra is heading down to the Dawnflower to check out this filth fever that he seems to have. Such has been identified by Cassandra. What are you doing, Sheppy? Are you going to join them, or are you going to partake in some other activity?
I do have some items that I need identified. I could go to Rin.
You want to do that in the morning after everybody rests, because this is the
Rest time? Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that in the morning.
Okay. My only question is, are you heading to the Dawnflower with Arthurian, or are you gonna go under your porch where you go by the Atari fishery? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out at the fishery. Maybe I can get some fresh scraps from the day.
Yeah.
Fresh scraps, old scraps. It's all the same to you, right?
All good stacks. That's good.
All right, so you're gonna go back
The
and get some.
smellier, the better.
You're gonna go back.
Yes.
You're gonna go back and get some rest. All right. Okay.
Before Althea heads off to her abode, she would hand Arthurian 5 gold and say, I hope this helps. I know that the services at the Dawnflower aren't cheap. I hope this will help.
Sorry, and just coughs up and turns and takes the coin first. Thank you, Lassie. See if I can put it to good use.
Good, good. Now get some rest.
Yeah, Arthurian will offer a sickly cough and a head bow and head to the Dawnflower and actually head inside.
All right. It's late at night as you make your way down towards the Dawnflower. There's not many people in this part of the streets at this time of evening. You see a patrol of 2 guards pass by. You hear the sounds of the commotion that comes from a tavern late at night as it's just beginning. You hear that slowly fading in the distance as you draw close to the Dawnflower's main entryway. You make your way through the little garden area, and you see that the doors are still open, and it's actually very brightly lit inside, as if there were many candles or torches or lights inside the building. But as you step through the portal, that's not the case. There is a bright light, as if it was a sun, shining from the library across from you. You're in the foyer. It seems to always be the case, Arthurian, you note to yourself, which is interesting to you. And you make your way into the main hallway, where you're greeted by a priestess. To move this forward, we're going to just go through this. They show you to a room. They show you to a room on the right hallway, about 2 doors down, and it's an arched doorway with no door, and there's a big bed there. There's lots of pillows and sheets spread around, and they bring you in, and they come, lay down, we shall see to your injuries. What befalls you? And you would...
Arthurian will follow behind and sort of sit down on the bed and sort of lean back. Filth fever, I hear.
Cassandra speaks up and verifies that. She was the one that identified that. Filth fever, that comes from being around dead bodies and things of that nature. And they all kind of take a little gasp.
Been a lot of that here lately.
Yes. All right, so what we're going to do here is... They offer up assistance, both in the form of magic, as well as just treating your wounds, which will take time. Not your wounds, but this disease. They can help you, which might be of benefit to you. It might not. And they explain to you, as Cassandra did as well, that filth fever is a very slow-moving, and it can be fatal. It's very slow-moving through your system, and it can be fatal if not taken care of. So you have a choice, Kyle. For Arthurian, you can choose to offer up some donation and possibly, if it's available, get some type of magic put upon you here at the Dawnflower. It is a temple, and there are clerics here, maybe even Vandy herself, who you know, can be of assistance to you. If the proper magic is available, and with a bright donation, and remember, they support your cause, so it might not be too steep of a donation, you might be able to get that. Otherwise, with some time and some care throughout the night, which you can spend here, again under their care, that also can be of benefit. Of course, magic does exist that will completely heal you of diseases, so there is a chance that would work.
Yeah, but I don't have that much coin for a donation, so we'll go for the throughout the night option.
Donation would be 12 gold pieces. 12 gold pieces.
Yeah, still don't have that much on me.
Okay. All right, and how this will work is...
Can you barter?
Yeah. All right, if you don't want to do that, use that option. Yeah, they will care for you through the night. There'll be some dice rolls and that sort of thing, and we'll see what happens. Okay?
All right, sounds good to me.
All right, let me make a note of that. And we'll see what happens with that in the morning. But you will, when the morning comes, you will do a full night's rest. You get your level times your constitution modifier. That's how many hit points you get back with a full night's rest. You're going to get a good rest tonight. They're going to see to it and take care of you. So that's going to happen at least. And that'll apply for everybody. So everybody, except Althea, the night proceeds as you would expect. Arthurian, you find yourself quickly falling asleep in this room filled with incense. A couple candles light the room. There's shadows everywhere, but it's comforting. And you quickly fall asleep with at least one or two priestesses of Seren Ray in attendance, caring to you. Sheppy, you make your way through the streets, almost with a dead run. You find yourself once again under that little porch at the Otari fishery. Your little hideaway, as it were, your little escape. You surround yourself with all the familiar things that you love, the bones that you like to chew on and lick, scattered all around you. You have a little hole in the ground underneath this porch where you like to sit and fall asleep and curl up.
Home sweet home.
And you lay there thinking about the events that have passed by in the past night, hearing the shore as it comes upon the sandy beach near you. You quickly fall asleep. A very relaxing sleep. Alessandra, you make your way through the streets after departing with your friends Cassandra and Arthurian. You hear the commotion coming from the Crook's Nook near the bridge, but your eyes are focused from the alleys at the Rowdy Rockfish, a much more quieter establishment. The smell of cooking meats fills the air. You're hungry. You smell it. It reminds you of fresh blood. What do you do at this stage as you hover outside this tavern? There's a few people out front, casually passing by. You can see the lights coming through the windows of the establishment, the warmth and the inviting atmosphere. You stand there, staring at it. What's your next move?
While she's staring at it, she's going to be thinking back on what all has happened, and it's going to come back to her. She remembers feeling the eyes on herself and several of the other members. And she's going to start to wonder if it was just the eyes from the crowd in the tavern or if it was somebody else that was not part of it. And these thoughts are going to start forming in her head of maybe there's somebody else out there that might be looking as the same as they are, or if there's something else that they're not realizing, and she's just going to be mulling about that for a few minutes in her head.
Okay, so are you lingering in the shadows, or are you just under the lights of the streets at this stage?
She's going to be in the shadows.
Give me a blind perception check.
One moment.
And as you make the roll, clarify once again what exactly you were trying to take notice of.
She remembers feeling the eyes of somebody on not just herself, but several other members of her party. And she's just going to start coming up with all these thoughts and ideas and trying to figure out maybe if it was part of the people that was in the building or if it was perhaps somebody else outside that was more intent about finding information that they didn't know about. And so she's just going to have these thoughts in her head.
Where you're located right now, which is near the Rowdy Rockfish, I'm assuming you're talking about the Crook's Nook.
Mm-hmm.
That whole bridge area, especially this time of night, you've noticed that there's usually quite a few people, maybe a dozen at a certain point, that are gathered around the bridge, just hanging out, leaning over, looking at the flow of the water underneath this Osprey River, as it's called. There's a lot of people on there, and a lot of them seem pretty shady looking. You know, unkempt, that kind of thing. The whole establishment kind of has that aura of about it. There's people that linger outside on the porch and hang out there drinking their ales. It seems like there's always that atmosphere around. There's always these people hanging on. And you notice as you kind of look in the distance and you watch and you see, yes, there is still people lingering on the bridge. Some are just passing through, getting to the other side. Some are stopping and heading inside the establishment. But you notice, you see these people looking at other people. They are watching. There is a lot of eyes upon whoever crosses the bridge. You're noticing that. So it's not necessarily unusual. You get the feeling that whole place there, it's like, yeah, there's something suspicious there. Like maybe some ne'er-do-wells and some bad things go on in that place. Now, you've been in the establishment, and you can kind of verify that. You saw for your own eyes what it's like in there. You met Yasmira, the so-called owner of the establishment. You remember she had a couple of these brawny guys that were almost like guards. They actually were carrying knives on their sides, which is unusual. People usually don't have weapons on them in town except for guards and, of course, the companions. That's you guys. Yeah, but nothing else really clicks. Nothing specific or unusual about it. It's just one of those dark sides of town. Pays to be careful there. In the meantime, that smell is filling your nostrils. Now, if you would like, you can go in and get yourself a decent meal and relax for the evening. If you have other plans, let me know. If you'd like to do anything other than that. So we can move forward.
She knows she should get some sleep, but she's going to retrace her steps back to the route that they took to get from where she originally joined them to heading towards the tablet, and then she's gonna try to see if she can catch that feeling of somebody's eyes on her again.
All right, you're really curious about this, aren't you? Okay. Where's your destination? Where you met the party for the second time was up near Rin Savixi. It'll take about 20, 30 minutes to get up there if you want to make the walk.
Yeah, she'll take a walk up that way.
All right. You begin the journey. You cross the bridge, eyes upon you, as usual. And as you reach the other side without incident, we're going to go over to Althea's place. As she makes her way through her doorway and steps inside with
Throw
Binley,
my backpack.
with Binley in your pocket. What do you do, Althea?
I toss my backpack to the small sofa. She lets out a deep sigh. She's been traveling with everybody for days, weeks, and she's finally got some alone time. She is going to turn in early. And start by just bathing herself, getting cleaned up. Just because she's traveling with people doesn't mean she has to smell like them. After she's done that, she'll tuck herself in with Binley. Maybe do a puzzle. She just really needed like a quiet night.
Mm-hmm. Tired and exhausted.
And just a safe place to sleep. Yeah.
Okay. You cuddle up in your little bed, and your head turns towards this little round table that's in your kitchen. Your bed is not far away from the kitchen. It's a small little structure you live in. Right on the table, of course, is where Binley sleeps. He's got this little box with little padding inside and a little pillow for his head. And you look over at him, and you see him kind of nudge up with his two little paws looking over. And he looks at you. And then he falls down into the pillow. Feeling comforted by that, you quickly take a deep sigh. And take it all in, shutting your eyes. And sleep begins to take you. And it's a comforting sleep. Before you even realize that you are asleep, you're transported into this open glade. Spring. You can see the movement of the grass move left and right as the air breathes. It's sunny. It's beautiful. No rain. It's warm. You feel the embrace of the sun. To your left, you can see maybe 100 feet away from you a forest. A familiar forest. Very familiar. You used to play here when you were young. The foothills of the mountains where you hail from. Your homeland. You used to play in this glade, and it all starts to come back to you. It's comforting. It feels so relaxing. Suddenly you feel on your right shoulder, something touches you. You quickly jerk around and you look and you see this butterfly. It has landed on you. It's big. It's like 3 inches long, the wings. And it's sitting there. But it doesn't frighten you. You're not scared. This is the comfort of Desna. Her symbol. You look at it, and you can see its very eyes. If it could have eyes. There's something different about this butterfly. It's looking right at you, as if someone was a mere foot away from you, staring into your eyes. You see this butterfly staring into your eyes, piercing deep. But again, it's not threatening. You feel relaxed. Suddenly, the gust of air hits your flesh. And as you suddenly pull back slightly, the butterfly lifts off your shoulder and starts to flutter away from you. And you turn, you want to reach towards it. Do you reach? Do you follow it?
Of course.
Of course you do. Just like Desna's calling. You follow. Always out of your grasp, mere inches at some points. It seems to always be ahead of you. It seems to almost be leading you. Leading you. You're not sure what lies ahead, but it's leading you. Your focus is on the butterfly, Desna. You don't see the landscape. And as you continue to do this in this dream, suddenly you become very aware that you are surrounded by the dark, blackness. Your eyes so focused on these blue, colorful wings of this butterfly, you fail to realize that you are now surrounded by darkness. The butterfly begins to fade into this darkness. It's gone. Suddenly you feel totally alone. You want to fall to your knees. Do you fall to your knees?
If I feel compelled to do so, yes.
You fall to your knees. And you feel the dark. You've never felt so alone in your life. Your body begins to shake. You begin to quake. You're not sure what's happening. You were pursuing Desna, the butterfly. And suddenly it has led you here into this desolation, this place of darkness and aloneness that you've not experienced before. And suddenly, there's a crack in the sky. Thunder. It comes from behind you. You instinctively turn about, and as you do, your eyes see this great flash appear in the darkness. You're not sure where it hits, but it is bright. And for that moment, that flash, everything around you is lit. You see the forest. You see the hills. You see your home. You see your family in the distance. And just as quick as it appears, it disappears, and once again you're surrounded by blackness. How do you react to this? What's going through your mind?
He's probably feeling many emotions and mostly just a desire for normalcy. Again. Fear for others.
Yes. You're thinking of your others. You're thinking of your family. Not sure what this all means. And as you sit there, you feel something touch your shoulder. It's a hand. It doesn't cause you fear, but it feels very comforting, so much so that you don't even react to it. You just feel its presence on your shoulder. Your eyes close, and as they do, you begin to see clearly faces of friends and family that have been in your life. You see Arthurian. You see Sheppy. Seems to be running for his life from something, and then cackling to himself wildly. Kind of typical Sheppy, really. You see new friends and old friends. You see Alessandra. You see Elias, Lofter. You see the faces of those that you have met who have met a horrible end in the gauntlet. Marshall, Dane, and others. Then suddenly on your shoulder, the embrace that is so comforting suddenly changes. It feels like a slithering arm suddenly. It begins to come down across your chest. You feel it reaching towards the opposite shoulder. It's starting to go around your neck, and it feels slimy. What do you do at this stage? Anything? As you feel this what was a hand is become something else, and it feels threatening. The comfort is gone. Your eyes pop open. What do you do?
Is it warm or cold?
It's cold. It's slimy. It's wet.
She'll try to rip it off.
Your hands.
Like a reactive. Ah!
Okay. Your right hand comes up and clasps onto this, and it's thick. It seems to be growing, and you can feel it breathing under your hand. My camera died here. I'll fix that in a minute. Anyway, this is a living... It feels almost like a snake is wrapping around you, and suddenly you feel it come behind your head and your neck, and you hear the sounds of slithering noises. Something is speaking to you. Althea, yes. You will meet your doom with your friends. Soon. You must come and follow. Keep on the gauntlet. You will see. And as this voice pierces your mind, and you feel this slithering arm just wrap around your neck and your torso, you suddenly can't move your shoulders. You want to scream. You can't. It's building up inside you. You're starting to get fearful. You want to scream, but you can't. Your mouth opens wide and nothing comes out. Alessandra, you've made your way up through the streets late at night. Occasional people spot you thinking, who's that hiding in the shadows? As you do, you tend to stick to the shadows. You make your way all the way up to where you met your friends, right up to the Rin Civixi's home. The lights are off in that building as it's nearing later in the evening. What do you do when you reach that destination?
She's going to start looking around, checking all the corners and such of where she first ran into the group as she came back. And then she's going to recreate the walk from when she joined the group to the location they made their way to, and just keep her ears and eyes open to see if she can catch that feeling again.
What is this feeling you're trying to catch again? Eyes upon you?
The feeling of those eyes upon her and her group. To see if maybe she can figure out where maybe it might have been coming from.
It's definitely coming from down in the Crook's Nook. There's not many people up in this side of the town. Most of them don't pay attention to you. But you're not feeling that feeling that you had. If anything, it just seems that area Yeah, those people down there, they're like I said, very shady people, and they had your eyes on you and your friends as you passed by. And you don't feel it so much now, but you get the impression that, yeah, if I head back down there, they're probably going to be watching me again. In fact, somebody might just say something at this stage because you've gone back and forth today quite a few times. So there is that. Do you want to head back that direction?
She'll take a different route to the tavern.
Okay. All right, you're making way back to the Rowdy Rockfish. If you look at the map, you'll see that there's other ways to get there. You guys can go to the Atari map on your own. I don't have to bring you to it. Okay. But I will say one thing. You're getting hungry.
As she's getting close to the tavern, she's gonna start looking for a meal to settle on down for, and then just take her place back in the Ratty Rockfish before probably heading to bed after she eats.
Okay, when you say a meal, what are you explaining to me? What are you thinking? You're gonna feed on somebody because you are half vampire. What exactly do you mean? Because you could get a meal at the Rowdy Rockfish. Just walk in and grab it, and you're good. Maybe something particularly raw would be appropriate for you. Well, what's on your mind?
As much as she would prefer to go on a hunt, she's gonna try and refrain from catching more eyes on her, and so she'll just order like a raw fish or something that she can munch on in private.
Okay, in the Rowdy Rockfish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you could do that. You could do that. They could serve up some really raw meat, whatever you want. If you want something of the bloody sort of thing, probably some raw beef would be in order.
Probably for the best.
You get some odd looks for sure, but well, there's odd people that pass through here, so that wouldn't be totally unusual. And you could find a little spot away from where your friends seem to gather that's shadowy, away from the main hearth of the building. There's not many patrons at the moment. Maybe half a dozen people are there. Yeah, so there is that.
She'll settle in and start on her meal.
Okay. All right. Now, Althea, you almost feel like shaking yourself awake because you know this you just laid down. You must be dreaming. All you know at this stage is something is tightly constricting you. Not so that you feel like you're being harmed, but it is definitely restricting you. It's slimy, it's wet, and obviously is connected to this voice that you heard speaking to you. And is there anything else you want to attempt before we move on? Anything that comes to your mind?
This point, no.
Okay. I'd like you to make a will save. This should be blind. So only I could see it. Okay. All right. As you feel this constriction around your body and you begin to shake, you're beginning to get very, very fearful. You're trying to scream. You want to shake yourself. This is only a dream. This is only a dream. Desna, you begin to cry out. And as these words try to come out of your lips and make the sound, everything begins to go black. You no longer feel anything. Now, Alessandra, you have a good meal, and I assume that you have a room to stay in the Rowdy Rockfish. If you'd like to go there, I assume that's your plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And with that, we can move to the next morning. So I'd like everybody, except Althea, to heal. Get your sleep, do all that. And Arthurian, I'm going to come to you. Sheppy, you can get your points back, your slots back. Okay, so you're all good. So everybody hit your sleep button and recover your hit points because your sleep was good. Now, Arthurian, we're going to come to you first. As dawn cracks the next day. Now, I believe what you did is you opted for the cheapo medicine check. Okay, so what I'm going to do...
I don't want to break the group.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a check to see how well they did on you. Let me see here. Actually, let me go to my notes. I'm sure Rachel's thinking to herself, what in the world just happened? What is happening? What is this madness? We'll get to Rachel. Tell you what. I'm going to let you make this roll, Arthurian. I'm going to let you make this D20 roll. I will modify it as appropriate. So you go ahead and give me a blind D20. Just a flat D20.
Should be on its way.
All right. Okay. As the sunlight enters the chamber that you're in, Arthurian, you wake up to the face of Vandy herself. And she has this smile on her, and she's there with two others. Ah, yes, wake up, my friend. You will be okay now. But you must be careful. The ailment still lies within your body. We have done much, and you should stay here and rest more. It can be
Andy. Wasn't aware you were taking personal interest in this.
I care for all the companions, even Sheppy. And I fear for you. Like I said, this fever that has overcome you, it is still within you. I wish I could do more, but Seren Ray would not allow such. The Dawnflower. But we have done all we could, and I really recommend you stay here, Arthurian. At least a few days. We could help you much more than just one night of rest.
I appreciate the offer, Vandy Lassie, I really do. As soon as we get this business done, I will happily come back and stay a few days. But as it stands right now, I'll need it out there.
As you wish. But take care of yourself. And as she says this, you have healed. You got your rest. However, unfortunately, you remain sickened. Okay? So nothing changes. That condition remains with you, Arthurian. So there is that. Cassandra seems to be there. She was there all night as well, sitting in a chair next to you. And she has been comforting you as well. You should be careful, Arthurian. You should listen to them here. They know better. Perhaps you should stay. You don't look well. And she holds up a mirror, and you can see that as you look in it, half your beard is singed, the other half is missing. You're pale and white. You have scars, and not only that, but fresh wounds on your forehead. But they're clean. In your eyes, they don't exist. But you see them.
I thank you for your concern, Cassandra, but the group needs me out there. Resting and healing's just gonna have to wait. And Arthurian will pry himself out of the bed with great effort.
Thump, and your feet hit the floor. And obviously made for full-on humans. But, yeah. You gather up your stuff, intent on making your way back to gather with your friends at the Rowdy Rockfish as planned. And you do so. And no one stops you. All your equipment has been cleaned. You feel more comfortable in it. And you could make your way back. Cassandra bids adieu to you. However, she says she has some things to attend to. Be careful. I will meet you again soon at the Rockfish. Yes.
Aye, I'll look for you there. Now, Arthurian will gently pat her on the knee.
Yes,
And
don't.
he'll give her Vandy a little pat on the shoulder.
Oh,
as he
yes, Arthurian.
hobbles out.
Yes, please be careful with yourself and come back. The Godlight has many horrors. I fear for you.
Aye,
We shall.
I've lost too many friends to quit now, Vandy.
Yes. And you make your way to the Rockfish.
Coughing the whole way.
Exactly. Sheppy, you're at your favorite table at the Rowdy Rockfish. There's not many people here. It's very early in the morning, but you had a really good sleep. You're feeling good. You can't wait to get back into action again. You're sitting at the table, or your companions as a whole have kind of claimed this table as your own. It's near the window. You can look out and see people come in. You don't see Brelda, the owner of the establishment. She's been missing as well, you've noticed. But you do see that familiar human who's large and rotund and bald, and he's there cleaning up some mugs as he does, with his eyes peering up now and again at you in your direction. You smell the cooking of meats and breads going on in the back room. And you're quickly brought a morning ale, as well as some fresh meats if you so desire, as you wait for your friends to arrive. And as you do so, you see walking through the door.
Is Althea there?
Althea's not there. You see, stumbling through the door, your friend Arthurian, carrying his pack and his equipment.
Shippy is interested in finding Althea because he wants to talk to her about that spell book. So I see him more interested in finding her than having his meal in the morning yet. He wants to take a look at that book.
Okay. And as Arthurian enters the room, you quickly stand up and explain, I have a meal waiting for you, Arthurian. I need to find Althea. And you quickly make your way out the door.
Good to see you too, Sheppy.
Yeah. I'll be right back. You're not looking so good there, Arthurian.
Oh, I'm not. Healers at the Dawnflower couldn't do as much as I'd hoped. And he coughs and winks. He looks very pale.
Pale and sickly.
All right, I'll be back.
I'll be here at the war table.
Sheppy's going to make his way to Althea's.
Okay. I got you loaded on the Rowdy Rockfish. Althea, of course, you're not there. Neither is Binley. Neither is Farley Tell. I don't know why he's on here. Having a meal, I guess. Sheppy, you make your way towards Althea's house in a dead run. It's early morning now. It's probably about a couple hours after sunrise at this stage, you notice. And you quickly find your way at Althea's house, and you see the door shut before you, and you do your thing, and you knock on the door. There's no answer.
Unusual. I'll make my way through the window upstairs.
Okay, so you're going to sneak in?
Yep.
Yes, you do, making your way through the attic, which you have no trouble doing. Would you like to use stealth and be sneaky about it, or are you just clambering through?
He's clambering through.
All right, so you're making some noise. You get to the top. The window isn't locked. You open it with ease. You slip inside the attic and make your way down. It's been closed. You open it up without being too quiet and make your way down the steps. And as you get down into the main area that you're familiar with, you see the little table. You see Binley. He's not in his little box bed, but he's in the middle of the table, and he looks surprised. And as your eyes blur on him and begin to focus in the room beyond, where there is a bed, you don't see Althea. You don't see her to the left or to the right or in the chamber behind. You look outside in the backyard and you don't see Althea. The door is still locked.
Chippy calls out, Althea, where are you?
You hear nothing. What do you do at this point, Sheppy?
I could not hear you before.
What do you do at this point?
I called out. What did you say after that?
There was no response.
No response. He's gonna look around with his dark vision. Do I see her anywhere?
All right, dark vision doesn't matter. The room isn't dark. It is morning. The light is coming through the windows. They haven't been shuttered. So it's filled with light. You see no one. If you'd like to spend this time searching the house up and down, you can do that. Would you like to do that, or would you prefer to run out in the streets and start shouting? Or is there anything
I'm
else?
gonna look towards Finley and say, "Where's Althea? Show me."
Okay. Do you have any abilities to be able to communicate with him? I don't think you do.
I've always had a little bit of a connection with him.
That won't do it. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think I have it.
It's okay. That's all right.
Could make a nature roll.
You can make a blind perception roll, too.
A what?
A blind perception roll, if you'd like. Go ahead and make one. As you crash around, looking and screaming, looking for any signs of what might have happened. You can go ahead and do that.
Gotcha.
Althea, your eyes begin to open. You feel a gentle hand on your forehead. You feel a warm lap underneath your head. The sunlight almost blinds you as your eyes begin to squint open and shut rapidly from the brightness. It's morning. You smell fresh air. The warmth of the sun is hitting you. You reach up to rub your eyes as best you can as you begin to awaken. And you hear a voice. "There, my dear. It's okay. You will be all right. You slept long. Are you feeling better?" What do you do, Althea?
First, I pat myself down. Like, what am I wearing? Oh, God. Do I... I assume I feel the, my nightgown that I went to bed in. Does this voice, this person, do they look familiar?
Not at all. I'll show you in a second here.
All right. Well, then in that case, I will definitely kind of thrash my head around like I'm lost, of which there's a surefire chance that I am, and just trying to gather my surroundings. Where am I? What does it look like? Other than outside.
You notice that you have your nightgown on. You don't have your normal clothes on. You were sleeping. But as you try to get your wits about you, the first thing you notice is this female over you, never recognized before. Just long black hair and very friendly looking. But you do recognize where you are. You recognize that this is the forest leading to the Gauntlet. I'm right on the edge of the forest outside of Otari. You can see the top buildings that, the town is actually sunk in this little valley-like cavern area. You're on the top of that. To the right, you see the familiar entrance to the cemetery. Not far to your left, you can see where the path goes to the Gauntlet, and you can also see the stone circle a bit distance away. Did I show that picture to you? Yeah, I did.
Yes.
This person you see seated, holding your head in her lap, and she's attempting to comfort you. Relax. There's nothing to worry about. I've been watching you all evening. And you begin to awaken.
Oh, evening. Oh God, what time is it? I needed to be somewhere. And she's like scratching her head, and she gets off of the lap until she's standing upright on her own, and she says, how did I end up here? Who are you?
I am Tamira. And you? What was your name?
My name's Althea. I'm
Althea.
one of the companions, if you've heard of me.
Companions? I've never heard of the companions. But all I know is that I
we're
found
a pretty
you out
big
here.
thing.
Oh, okay. All I know is that I found you out here late at night in the dark, and you weren't responding. So I built a small fire and kept you warm here, and you can see there's a small little fire that is now kind of dying out, as it's now morning. Can I assist you? Can I take you back to your home, perhaps? You hail from this Otari.
You've been too kind. Most strangers nowadays, had they seen me, would have robbed me of any valuables I might have been holding and left me for the wolves. I appreciate the assistance you've given me so far, and I know my way back, right?
Yes, easily.
Would I?
Mm-hmm. You'll have to make the long trip around to get back into Otari. The main way to do so is either to the north. It'll take you maybe 10 minutes to get there, and come down the main road in your nightgown. Or you could attempt to cut through the cemetery. Now, mind you, as of recently, there is
We'd
guards.
rather not.
There is guards at the cemetery currently because of recent events. But you could cut through the cemetery. There's a way to get down to the Dawnflower there. There's a
Well,
path.
because of the recent events at the cemetery, she'd rather not. But in response to Tamira, she states, if you are on your way to Otari, I wouldn't mind the company. But otherwise, I don't want this to be something you go out of your way for. You've already done so much for me.
I would be glad
A
to join
complete
you.
stranger.
I would be glad to join you. Come, straighten yourself up and
All right, well, I'll help you
lead the way.
put out the fire.
Yes. You kick over it. She spills some water on top of it, and it goes. The steam comes off of it, and stomps it a few times and buries it under the rocks. And you can make your way to the town, the north end of town, in your nightgown. She does have a little blanket she gives to you. If you'd like to put this over you, perhaps to hide to cover yourself.
Without hesitation. She snatches that, like, oh, thank you. Oh.
Yes. It's quite warm. And yeah, you can make your way.
People know me around here. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible, Althea. And she is human, by the way. And she kind of looks like a warrior type, but you're not sure. Although you did spot a symbol around her neck, the symbol of Seren Ray. And she also carries on her side a very ornate scimitar.
In light conversation on the route back to Otari, I would ask if she's familiar with Otari and if she's ever visited the Dawnflower Library.
She says, this is the first time I've been here. I was traveling all night and I came upon you and saw you.
Well, I think you're in for quite a treat. We have at the southernmost temple, like what we call the Dawnflower Library, its temple. There's this rather large shrine to Saren Ray and many of her followers. I think you might find it to be a comforting place.
Yes, well, I'll be glad to
What
join you.
brings you? What brings you to Otari?
I'm on a quest. A quest I can't speak too much of, but a quest nonetheless. Something for the glorious Dawnflower, Saren Ray. I serve Saren Ray, she kind of nervously explains, as she grabs the symbol around her neck, which you recognize as the Dawnflower's symbol. For all intents and purposes, she acts like a cleric of Saren Ray, a holy woman, a warrior type nonetheless, but a holy one. Now come, we should go. Show me this Dawnflower, but first we need to take care of you. So she lets you lead the way as you enter town.
What was that?
She lets you lead the way as you enter town. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that time
Okay.
I heard you. Yeah, she'll confidently lead her through. It's not like it's nighttime, it's middle of the day. She's got this blanket wrapped around her, and she guides them back to her place so she can change.
Okay.
Is Sheppy still there?
Now, Sheppy, I imagine you've been rooting this place up and down, trying to see what is going on.
Where
I
the
just
hell we
cleaned the place,
Where?
Sheppy.
Explain your search. What does that look like? Are you still at Althea's place?
Yeah, I'm still there.
What is
Trying
that?
to talk to him.
What does that search look like?
He's searched every room in Althea's house looking for her.
Okay.
Under the bed,
Well,
under the table.
if I was in my jammies when I left my house, then my backpack, which I had thrown, is still at my house, where that spell book, the spell book is still in my backpack. Just an FYI.
Do I see her pack?
Yes. If you'd like to go through it and see what's going on with that, you can do so.
Or
Yeah,
does
I'd
Sheppy respect Althea
Nope.
enough not to rummage through her things?
He sees that bag, he's going right for the book.
He does.
That's all right. She ain't gonna use it. She'll freak out if it's missing and nobody tells her. She finds it to be her own personal duty to make sure that these items are returned safely back to their owners by the end of this, if that's even something that's possible, because they were given to her and everyone has their faith put in her to watch over these items.
Hint, hint. Sheppy will take out the book. Start going through it. Curious of what might be written in it.
That spell book from Mordiblund, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thresholds of Truth. I suppose you can take it out of my inventory and pass it over to his.
You could kind of briefly.
You also
Go ahead. Go ahead.
you also find some gloves and a bunch of other items if you want to continue looking, or if you found the book and are you satisfied kind of deal.
The book is what I'm after.
All right, give me a second here. Folks, I'm going to put up a brief intermission for a minute as I take care of something, and then we'll continue this story because I want to access something. I don't want to mess this up. So you guys will have to hang in there. I'll be right back, and we'll continue this story. So stay tuned. Okay, here we are once again. Had a little hiccup there. Happened, so we took our intermission a little early, but that's okay. I'm going to pick up where we left off, if I can remember.
Peppy was rummaging through my things.
Yes, he was, and you did find her pack, and you found the
You
spell
just
book.
see him looking at the book.
It's called The Threshold of, what was it? The Threshold of something.
Of truth.
Nah, that's what it is. Threshold of Truth. Did you just put it in the chat? Yeah, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, it's
Look at there now.
look at all those spells.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
4th level. Ooh, Resilient Fear. What is this spell? Now, you're just perusing all these things. You're a sorcerer, but you do have a feat that does allow some little things you've learned delving into the arcane side of magic has allowed you to actually kind of interpret some of these things. You can understand them, and you do have a little bit of an ability to cast arcane magic. So, and actually prepare some spells, but you're extremely limited in that ability. So, this is why you're interested in this arcane tome. It is indeed a spell book. And you can see that all these magical writings, it would take a long time and risky business trying to decipher all this and maybe add them to your own. But it is
And very
something.
expensive.
It is something you could possibly do in the future. But right now, you know that this book needs to go on that shrine, possibly being consumed in the process. Who knows? Who knows? But let's see, where are we? Althea, you're making your way back into town. Let me see if I updated the clock properly. Yeah. So it's a couple hours before. Actually, that's wrong. Well, I know what time it is. It's a couple hours before noon at this stage as you reach the right near Rin Savixis, Althea, making your way back, kind of hustling and coming down the streets. People are looking. People are spotting you. They're eyeing you, Althea. That's young Althea. What is she doing out like that? And who's that stranger? The stranger, of course, is someone who is new to Atari herself. And she's following you. Protectively. Alessandra, you've come down in the Rowdy Rockfish, refreshed, as refreshed can be for a Dampier. You look over and you see about a half dozen, maybe 8 patrons currently. You see sitting at a table where the companions seem to gather regularly. You've noticed this. You see the dwarf Arthurian, looking very impatient, sitting there at a table, alone, kind of pale and sickly. He seems to be hunched over the table with his ale and a plate of food barely touched. What do you do, Alessandra?
She's gonna make her way over to Arthurian, and she's gonna look him over to see if maybe he was cured while she was asleep, or if his condition had gotten worse.
He looks a little worse. Top of the morning to you, lassie. How'd you
Oh,
sleep there, little Lily?
Were you cured, or were they unable to help?
But it would take a few days. We don't have days.
You should be resting and not on your feet.
The group needs me, little Lily. Redeploy to the Gauntlet soon. first we have to deal with this Carmen business. Pull up a chair, Lassie. I'm just waiting for the others.
Alessandra put her hands on the table, looking dead in the eye and go, "You're not going."
Over you and who other's dead body, Lassie? Can't stop a dwarf gal.
Stubborn daughters.
Aye, little Lily, you best get used to it. And he starts coughing violently again.
Alessandra would be looking around and noting several people's absence. She would look at Arthur and go, "Where are the others?"
Not a clue. I saw Sheppy there for a moment, and then he bolted out past me and was going to see Althea. Probably up at Althea's house.
Finish your eating. We shall head up to there then.
Alright, let's get it. Arthur would go to stand up. His eyes will blink a few times. Seems a little wobbly there for a few seconds before he evens out. Sling his backpack over his shoulder. Alright, come on, I know the way to her house. Arthurian's gonna head for the door. Head up to Althea's.
All right. Off to Althea's abode, which is just on the other side of the street, or across the block, actually. You make your way, Arthurian. You even take Alessandra through the back alley area, where you point out where you had this big brawl with Brolo. Got arrested for it. You kind of brag about it. So yeah, there is that little spot. Althea's house is not far from there. It's like right around the corner. And you come upon the house. And as you approach, you see what looks like Althea covered in a kind of reddish brown cloak with this tall human warrior type at her side, and they're heading in the same direction you are, Althea's house. The door is also noticeably open.
Oi, you human!
Who would you be? Who are you? She looks in your direction. She stops and
What are you
grabs
doing
the
with
shoulder.
my friend there, Lassie?
She grabs the shoulder of Althea. Althea, you look up and you recognize Arthurian calling to you.
Oh, don't worry. I know them. And she waves you over, or waves as the kind of meet in the middle.
And she kind of stands off a little bit as you speak to Arthurian, Althea. Sheppy, you hear voices outside. You're in the downstairs. You left the front door open a little bit.
Sheppy's going to be in at the table with his face in the book, just scanning and reading it. He's totally oblivious to what's going on outside
Okay,
because he's so into this book.
you are. All right, Althea, what do you do next? Your friend is kind of hanging back.
Are you alright there, Althea?
I think I'm doing a little bit better than you, and I just woke up in the middle of, like, nowhere. I take it the Dawnflower wasn't able to help you?
So it'll be a few days. We don't have a few days.
Well, sometimes it's worth it to take the time. Come inside. And she looks back at, was it Tamira, and waves her over. Come inside. I'd like you to meet everybody. Officially, with a cup of tea.
Cup of tea as Arthurian stands there, mace in hand.
Or a beer. Please put that
Oh,
away, Arthurian.
Alessandra would be eyeing up Tamira with a critical eye.
Arthurian would offer a hand to her. Well, welcome to Arturi. I'm Arthurian. Come on, tea's waiting. Arthurian's just gonna waddle into the house.
And there you spot Sheppy.
Did he mess up my house, my apartment?
Oh, it's
Muddy
ransacked.
footprints.
It's ransacked. The chairs are turned over, and here he is, just huddled over it next to the table with Binley peering over him from the table, seeing what's going on. He's just in that book. He's got your backpack to his right. It's open. Stuff is scattered around. It's a mess. It's a mess, Althea.
She's horrified. She forgets that she even has Arthurian Alessandra behind her. She screams, Sheppy! What have you done?
Oh, I
I
can't
just
hear.
cleaned.
You would just see Alessandra just cringe hearing her scream.
I was looking for you in this book, but this book is very interesting. I need to read it. I don't know what happened. You were here and then you weren't. Binley was trying to tell me.
Put it away. Put it away. We have company. I want to keep this quiet. Shh, shh. But that's inexcusable, Sheppy. You broke in. You made a complete mess of my home
You left it
again.
around. What are you talking about?
You should have waited. I
I
could
was
have given
looking
it
for
to you.
But then I found the book and then that's it. You do know this book is full of magic spells that we could use.
I do know that it contains many spells. It's just, it has a purpose, doesn't it? We can't use this.
I can write these spells down, but it's very expensive and going to take me a long time.
Is that time we have?
Fortunately, probably not right now, but if we do get some free time, I do have some gold and some time, I will delve deeper into this. But you can have the book back now.
Oh, thanks. She grabs her backpack along with any contents that might have spilled out as Sheppy was looking for the book, and she kind of packs it all neatly in, and she starts trying to tidy up. Like, she grabs a mop and broom. She snatches Binley off of wherever he was sitting and puts him right back into her pocket, and she says, she whispers to him, "Where were you? How did we separate? This is not supposed to happen. I'm freaking out." And she just sits there, pets him like a, emotional support animal as she's having this meltdown.
Sheppy just kind of walks towards the door and says, Althea, you might want to straighten up. It's a mess in here. And then he quickly...
She just looks up and just spaces. Like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
Alessandra would have attempted to try and grab Sheppy by the back of the collar and hold him up if she caught him in time.
All right. You can make an athletics check to grab him. Do you want to resist?
Yep.
All right. Well, go ahead and make an athletics check to grab him.
Public or private?
This could be public. Oh, what's the DC on this, Sheppy? Against the grab.
I don't think I'm going to get out of that grapple.
What did she get? 24? Your fortitude DC.
Yeah, I don't think you can make it.
No.
What is your fortitude DC?
It is 19.
19? Nope. Okay, it's not critical. So, you are grabbed, Sheppy, till the end of your next turn. We're not in combat, but for the
let him
next
go.
6 seconds.
Yes.
You are grabbed.
Alessandra's gonna look down at him and just give him like a silent death stare, almost like saying, "Get back inside."
She's got a good grip on you.
Okay, scary lady. I get the gist. Sheppy will grab a dustpan and start helping.
Althea still hasn't budged from your comment. She's got like the backpack dangling in her hand, and the broom in the other. Like,
All right,
I just
grab
one
one.
get away with murder.
Sheppy, you get a hero point. You should have 2 right now. Okay, Sheppy, you got a hero point. And
I got it.
Arthurian, what do you make of all this? Standing next to you is this new person you've never seen before. I think Althea mentioned her name was Tamira, and she's a typical sized human woman, long black hair. You do see the symbol of Saren Ray prominently displayed on her chest. Her weapon, of course, is of quite interest to you. It is a scimitar, quite ornamental. Well, ornamented, I should say, not ornamental.
I come for the Dawnflower, have you, lassie?
That's what my friend Althea explains to me. There is a temple here, the Dawnflower, it is called, the name of Saren Ray. Quite appropriate, I think. I would indeed like to explore this temple.
Ah, the Dawnflower's a great place to go to. A lot of good people down that a ways.
Who would you recommend I call upon when I go to this temple? Is there a head priestess or priest, perhaps?
Ah, there is. Tamley. Speak to... No.
Tamley,
Yeah.
you say?
Yeah, Tamley Tandervale.
Tamley Tanderville. I shall indeed ask that name.
I think I said that right.
No, you're absolutely wrong, but there's no taking back now. You said
I was gonna say, I will snap out of my trance, and
Hey, I don't know this person. I gotta have some misdirection in here. Don't know this person. I don't know her intent. I'm still standing with a mace in the hand in case somebody gets lippy.
He's a little sick and disoriented. Do you say anything? Do you say anything, Althea?
oh, of course, yeah. I'll shake my head and Arthurian, I don't think that's right. In fact, I'm positive that's not right. I think you've got it confused.
No, I don't.
Who should I call upon then, if not this Tandy, you say, or Vandy?
It's Vandy.
Yeah, it's Tamley Tandervale, of course, is Arthurian's very close friend who owns the Atari fishery.
Yeah.
And it's now part of the Dawnflower. See what I did there?
Yeah.
She provides the fish offerings
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
the fish goddess.
Mhm.
And Sheppy helps, of course, because he has to
Yep,
sample
yep.
the food.
Mhm.
I'm a servant of candies.
Okay, so what do you do next at this stage? Arthurian.
We're gonna help out the
Okay.
clean
Yeah,
up a
as
little
they're
bit.
cleaning, I set up tea and we get some chairs around to talk about anything that's happened over the past night, as well as any introductions
Okay,
and proper ones.
it'll be about 12 noon when we reach this spot where the house looks pretty good. Everything's been straightened up. A chair leg has been mended. The backpack is well in order once again. Althea, you've actually had a good change of clothes as well when no one was peeking. And And Binley was overseeing all of this cleanup, sitting prominently on a vase that you have setting in the center of this table, where he sleeps. So all is well and good and comfortable once again. Even Tamira helps out a little bit.
Alessandra would have propped herself in the doorway just to keep an eye on people and keep an eye on Shep and make sure he didn't try and run again.
Right. You're near the front door. There is a couple windows in the front. You could peek through the little hinged closings that they have. You could peek through there and see the people. It's pretty lively out there. People are passing, going on their way, mostly women and children. The men are all working at the lumber mills and that sort of thing. That's what you guess anyway. But nothing mischievous is at hand. Sheppy himself is actually taking an active role in scooping up things and cleaning things up. But eventually, all that passes, and you've all now gathered around this table area where there's several chairs, kind of small, but you can be seated. Except for Sheppy, you are small as well. But you can find some comfortable positions to gather yourselves together. And okay, now what? While Arthurian occasionally gags and stumbles and sweat dripping off his forehead every once in a while. What's your next move?
What have we found out about the sword that was stolen?
Oh, we need to go to the smuggler's refuge, get some answers.
Smoker's Refuge. What is that?
Smuggler's refuge, Sheppy.
Sorry. Smoke, fire, you know.
The smuggler's refuge, Sheppy, that is something you have actually heard of. In fact, give me a flat D20 roll, public.
Two.
You want a hero point it?
Yeah, if you want to hear a point, you can. It's up to you.
That's fine.
You've heard about it, but you've never been there. You have no clue how to get there or where it's found, but you have heard of it. And it's a place where it used to be a place where smugglers used to gather stuff when smuggling was an active thing back in the early days of Otari. They would gather there. They would bring supplies and wait to move them onto boats and ships close by to the shore. But it hasn't been used for that purpose in long time. And nowadays, it's rumored to the teenagers in town. They get tired of all this nonsense. The lumber industry. They want to get away. They go out there to the smuggler's refuge. You know, maybe smoke some leaves. You know, something to get away from it all. To hang out. You know, maybe do a little partying at night. Who knows what they're up to? This is what you've heard, but you have no clue how to get there. You've also heard that it's about an hour along the coast in the woods from Otari, if you can find the proper trail that leads to it. All you know is that somewhere there is a game trail of sorts, a very hard to find trail that can be found on the edge of the woods. Not on the Gauntlet Road, not on the road that you typically take to get to that Gauntlet, but it's somewhere south of there, heading towards the coast. There's somewhere, some little path that you can pick up and it will take you to this so-called smuggler's refuge. Now, if you wanted to just up and look for it, you could do that. You could all head out there and just start looking along the edges of the woods, peering inside a little bit, see if you could pick up the trail. It might take some time to do that. Once you find it, you're golden. But it might take some time to do that. None of you know where it is, so that's pretty much the only thing you can do.
Sounds like this is where we're headed then.
Aye, we need to find Carmen and this blade.
Yes, and
And back to the gauntlet.
he is rumored to be hanging out there, according to this owner of the one tavern there that I can never think of the name of.
Crooksnook.
Yes, Yasmir.
Yeah, Crooksnooks. I'm thinking now you have me confused.
I wrote it down even. Yasmira told you of this place. All right, so what's next? What would you like to do? You know what lies ahead.
Guess we're gonna drop off this newcomer at the Dawnflower and then head on about our way.
Oh, no, I could never leave for that purpose. I've taken an interest in Althea. I feel called that perhaps maybe I should come with you. Tell me more of this place. It's just a little cove, and you're looking for this Carmen, I believe his name is. I shall help you. If you'll have me, that is.
What's your price in all this?
My price is but to serve and shed the light of Seren Ray on those I come upon, as I've done to this gnome. I'm sure she can attest to that. And she points and looks towards you, Althea.
Our Thurian will have a violent coughing fit and look to Althea.
I believe her words to be true. Somehow I wound up outside last night and she watched me. I have no reason to distrust her. And who knows? We might need some backup. Maybe Carmen is as violent as rumored to be and might have friends.
Do you reveal
Although
that?
I'd rather...
Do you reveal that little story? Because it is kind of unusual that you were outside in your nightgown and were led here. What we,
Well,
this-
she definitely would mention it. This way nobody would question further, like, why are you in your nightgown when we first saw you? Outside your house with this strange person.
Well,
But yeah, I do reveal that I woke up outside of my boat last night, and she had helped.
Okay.
Good enough for me then, I guess.
well, let's get on with it. Burn it.
All right. Althea was going crazy late at night. Okay, we'll move on. Just to recap, since we had a little technical issues earlier on, Althea, you did have a dream that was quite comforting and pleasing. You saw the presence of Desna. You take it to be a dream during the night. Somehow during this dream you found yourself in the clutches of some type of dark force, a familiar dark force. I say familiar because the voice that you heard sounds very familiar. It had a lisp. It had a hiss. And it had a grip upon you, a very serpent-like grip around you that constricted and pulled and restrained you. You're not sure how you got there. Perhaps your mind has gone a little bit blank regarding this whole thing, but all you know is that in the end, the only thing you remember after that is that everything went black. The sound of that voice, and then just this tunnel vision began to fill your sight and just narrowed to a point where it just disappeared. And it was all black. And you don't remember anything after that. You remember the lightning and the thunder and the voice and the feelings. And make of that what you will, something to ponder and speak of to Binley and Desna. Or maybe even those at the temple. Food for thought. However, I will mention one more thing. while you were getting dressed, when no one was peeking, that is, you noticed something. Something on your shoulder, where the serpent had clutched you and began to constrict on your right shoulder, your right upper shoulder. You noticed something. A mark. A red, swollen mark outlined with a black, I don't want to say ink, it's more like a burn. Like as if you were burned with something that left an imprint on your shoulder. It's swollen and it's red. And your fingers rub over across of it and you see that it has a serpent-like shape to it, going back and forth tightly on itself. And at the very top, you feel what feels like a head looking into a mirror, which is close by where you're dressing when no one's peeking. You can see it clearly. It's about 2 inches tall, maybe 1.5 inches as wide. And it looks, getting close to the mirror, you can see it's got all the details and the scales and everything of a snake. Some type of snake wound up on itself with its head at the top. And you see the forked tongue kind of laying out on itself. Very unsettling. And it's red and swollen and outlined with looks like a burn. You quickly put your shirt back on and hide it, I imagine, and you don't think anything else of it. You'll look at it later. Maybe it's just an injury, but whatever. We need to find the refuge. We need to find this Carmen. I imagine that's how you respond. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you say anything about that mark to anyone, or no?
I don't mention the mark. No, she's kind of nervous and doesn't want to frighten anybody.
And no one else can notice this. All right, so, okay. All right, at this stage, it's about noon. If you'd like to do any more preparations, gather up some equipment, get a fresh backpack, or fix up some strings on some broken belting, whatever. Strings and belting, I don't know. Somehow they go together. You can do that, buy some extra equipment, preparation. You could do all that. Now, I believe, Alessandra, you were talking about getting some potions, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, you can get them there. So I'll tell you what, at the Dawnflower Library, if you'd like to stop off down there, you can do so. Say, hey, I'm one of the companions. They pretty much know you. You were with the companions. You will get a 10% discount. So just minus 10% rounded up from the cost of the healing potion you want. What kind of healing potion do you want?
It was the healing potion minor.
How much?
They were 4 gold apiece.
Okay. Yeah. So 40 silver pieces. Knock off 10% from that and round up. You'll get that.
Speaking of which, Arthurian's going to hand back the 5 gold that Althea gave him.
Did you say you're giving it back?
Yes.
Althea rejects it. Says, if you didn't use it now, I know you'd use it eventually. Hold on to it.
Arthurian will slip it into her bag as he tried to stand up a few times before finally getting it right.
All right, I'm gonna have you make a roll for that because you're a clumsy dwarf. We'll see how good
What
you
was
are.
that?
I'm gonna have you make a roll for that. Go ahead and make a thievery check, Arthurian.
Blind or public?
Blind. Well, no, make it public because it's against Althea.
Got a -1 mod, so yeah, this is gonna go lovely.
Against your perception DC, Althea.
20.
Everybody sees this.
All right, so
Pretty much.
anyone that was close
Make
by
all
and
the
paying
noise.
attention, that would be Althea. Now, so Althea, you see him messing around trying to put this slip it into your back. You see it's so freaking obvious. What do you do?
He spills it and everything.
That falls to the floor. Ching, ching, ching.
Picking up the pieces. Here, help me. Let me help you with that. And she'll put the coin back in her bag, as he intended. So I'll add it back. Arthurian, I know what you're trying to do. I'll take it back, but know that it will always be here for you should you need it. Just know that you'll be making me carry the weight of 5 extra gold coins. And I can't lift quite that much.
But it doesn't bankrupt the group, so that's all that matters. And he's gonna have another violent coughing fit.
Okay. Alessandra, are you all set with your potions?
Cut out again, Fritz.
Alessandra, are you all set with your potions? Did you get them purchased?
Yep.
Okay, is everybody good?
I have a few unusual objects that I need identified with Rin.
You want to do that now?
Yeah.
All right. How do you want to do this? Do you want to go as a group or Sheppy?
If anyone else has anything that needs to be identified, I'm going up to Rin's.
Alright, you hit Ren's. I'll see if I can start scouting for this game trail.
Okay. How about the rest of you? You're kind of splitting up here, but that's okay. Sheppy, you're going up to Rin Savixi to see if she can help you identify these items. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's going with you? Anybody?
I could use with the identification as well, but seeing as Althea met Tamira, she would feel bad, just kind of like, hey, I'm gonna go somewhere else, bye, good luck. So she'll take that responsibility and bring her to the Dawnflower just to make introductions. Like, even though she's gonna be helping them go to the smuggler's refuge, she could at the very least just say, hey, this is where you're gonna need to go afterwards.
Kill some time.
Yeah, here's a tour of Otari. I guess if anyone's going to give it to her, it'd be me.
All right. How about you,
So I'll give her
Alessandra?
a tour.
Where did Arthurian say he was going?
To the edge of the woods. He's going to start getting a jump on this and looking for a game trail, something that might lead to the refuge. There's something. He's going to try and find it.
Before he goes out that way, she's going to try and stop him.
Okay. What do you do?
She's going to try and take him back to the Ratty Rockfish for him to try and get some sleep.
Well, you guys.
She's gonna attempt to stop him.
Okay. She makes the lunge to grab at you, and you're not grabbing, just stopping, Arthurian. What are you up to?
Correct.
What do you do, Arthurian? Just trying to stop you, man. You there, Arthurian? We can't hear you.
He collapsed.
It's too late. He's gone. You look left and right. Arthurian has made his way stealthily out the door.
I'm out of there.
Alessandra would go after him then.
All right, so you're following him?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Floors.
Yeah, exactly. Sheppy, we'll go to you and we'll resolve your little question. This will take some time. Althea, you're taking Tamira down there with you to make introductions, meet Vandy and all this other stuff, and even show off the shrine to Saren Ray. There are a number of shrines to some major deities in the region. Each has their own shrine here in the left wing of the temple. Yeah, you could do that, and that's all good. Maybe show some
Yes.
spots here and there.
While we're doing that, I'd like to leave her with at the Sarenrae Shrine, and then go visit my own small section for Desna, because I haven't done my daily preparations, and you never said if I slept or not.
That's right. You did
So
get
I have to do my spells.
yes, you did get a restful sleep regardless. You made a savings throw, I recall. And
I did will, yeah.
although it wasn't as restful as it could have been because you slept so long, it is enough to qualify for your preparation, which is 8 hours. So you are good. You get all your spells refreshed. You get your healing for the rest. Yeah, you're all good with that. Okay.
Excellent.
Moving on to Sheppy. Basically, what's your intent? She's there. She greets you at the door and invites you in at the table. Welcome. Sheppy, what can I do for you? What did you bring me? And,
Yeah, I have a couple scrolls
okay.
and an unusual object which I got from one of my dead companions' bodies.
Wow. You trying to get him identified?
Yeah. She supports us, right?
She does.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to look at your equipment here, what you have. You have, I only see, well, you don't have the lantern with you anymore. You have the book. Oh, wait a minute. You've got some,
I was supposed to give that back to Althea.
yeah, I said delete that. Can you delete that from your sheet?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, get rid of that. All right, I see what we're talking here. Well, you got a lot of stuff. I see 2 different things. Scrolls. Correct?
Yep. Those were from Bullock's room.
Now, okay, let's double check Rin's. You might actually be able to use her premise to help you. Do it yourself. She has all kinds of resources that she's willing to offer to help you do that. In fact, that's a good use of Mortiblent, I might add. But if you want to just pay her a coin and say, hey, you do this for me, let me see if she can do that for you.
The price is right. I'll have her do it.
The price is something I don't have on hand. I'd have to look this up, but I will throw a price at you. I don't have that in front of me. It's based on the level of the spell on it. And if you want her to do it, if she's willing to do it, for a price, I imagine. Otherwise, you can do it yourself. It's called Identify Magic. You can try and identify things. based on what's on what tradition the spells have. Tell you what, let me just click on your thing here. Let me get her modifier. Okay. Let me look on this and try and identify it. Which you got 2 scrolls here, correct? Well, yes, I would be glad to look at these. The first one is free. We'll leave it at that. What is your Arcana modifier?
+8.
Okay. Wow, your nature is really high. Boy, you're good at that. You get a +23. Or a 23 DC, I mean. Okay, let me make a roll here on one of these scrolls. I will deduct the coins for this. You do get a 10% discount on her services, but she's quite friendly about it, of course, because she does support you. And she just says, perhaps you can bring me a story from the Gauntlet and share it with me. Or better yet, give me the chance to read the stars for you, perhaps. When the clouds are dispersed and the sky is clear. Perhaps you will come back and I shall read the stars for you, Sheppy, yes?
Yes, definitely. You can read my stars all you want.
Of course I can. And she takes a look at the first scroll. She unravels it. She brings it to her table near the candlelight. And she spends a little time doing this. And let's see what happens. She attempts... Where are we? Here we go. Oh, I made this public. I shouldn't have. Maybe it won't roll. How did I get in public? After about 10-15 minutes, she comes over to you. Look closely, Sheppy. You are interested in magic and arcane things, aren't you not? And she opens the scroll and lays it out, and you see all these written text, and she begins to explain to you how some of the text describes these different languages and plays with the tongue that different cultures and people have. And she explains that if you can understand these words like this, and she pronounces it for you, and she begins to describe a scroll that can comprehend languages of many types. And I'll reveal this for you on your sheet. So you'll see that.
Yep.
Would you like her to attempt another one on this other one? Okay, this time I'm going to hide my roll. Another scroll. And she once again goes over to her table. And what are you doing while she's doing this? Are you kind of trying to see what she's doing? Or maybe help her? Or are you just, laying back drinking tea that she always offers?
No, he's quite interested in what she's doing because he knows how to do it too, so maybe he could help her.
Please, Sheppy, I can handle this. Enjoy your tea. And she kind of catches that you're trying to help her with this and catches on quickly that perhaps maybe you should leave it to her. And she goes on. Again, another 10-15 minutes go by as you watch her. She'll have none of your help. And let's make another roll. Okay. This one is a little bit more powerful and hard to decipher. I might need more time. It has something to do with causing things to be immovable. I sounded like a different voice there. Immovable. Something about it. I will need more time, Sheppy, if you will allow me. It's intriguing. I would love to read this final section here, but it will take more time. Will you allow me to do such?
How much more time? I'm kind of in a hurry.
Oh, it's going to take her hours to do this.
All right, I appreciate it, but maybe I can leave it with you.
Yes, and I will have it all deciphered for you and help you. And perhaps you will be so kind to allow me to read the stars for you, with some extra coin, perhaps, for all my efforts. I'm sure it will be our benefit for both of us.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll leave that scroll. Make a note that you don't have it. It's the last unusual scroll you have, so you're not going to use it anyway.
How about the object too? Can I leave that too?
What is this object you speak of?
It came from the body of Rachel number 2's first character. I can't remember her name.
Alara?
Alara.
Yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about, but I don't see it on your sheet.
Under my bracelet of dashing.
Yeah,
Not
that's
inconsumable.
that's a lantern. That's the one you left behind.
Oh, okay.
I don't see that little thing. Who has that? I thought you took it.
I thought I did too.
I have to go down and check the body or the bag, the stuff. It might still be down in the gauntlet. Her body's still laying there.
Gotcha. All right, I'm done.
Okay, make
She
a
needs
note.
coin up. Okay.
How much coin do you want to give her towards it? We're talking gold pieces here.
Will 3 gold pay for it?
For now, that will be fine, but you will owe me more, Sheppy.
All right, I'll give her 3.
And she's going to hold on to that scroll. Okay? All right? Okay. So you're moving out, heading back towards where Arthurian went. Let's cut down Althea real quick. Then we'll get up to Arthurian. Althea, you've showed her around town, the lower part of town. You pointed out in the distance the Otari fishery. Oh, that is very nice. I will keep that in mind. There's seafood is aplenty here, I see. I like seafood. And you show her the Dawnflower, make some introductions. Vandy's nowhere to be found at this time of day. Obviously busy, so they tell you. And you take her down the one wing that has all the shrines, and you show her the shrine to the various deities. You quickly point out that this is a temple of Seren Ray, and there's an actual full-on shrine, not one of these little alcoves, on the other side, that you can go and pray and just be in the presence of Seren Ray herself. It's a beautiful chamber, beautiful room. You've seen it before, Althea. If you want to show her that, you can do so, and then head off to the Desna Shrine on the opposite side of the building. You can do that. Or have one of the priestesses guide her if you'd like to take your leave. How would you like to do that?
I would stick with her and show her. I'd also show her the room that once held the sword that we are seeking, and kind of tell her, oh, if you're planning to join us, I might as well tell you what it is you're helping us do, and I'll tell her about Carmen and the scaling the sword and how we got to where we are now.
So you fill her in. And her ears are wide open. She looks at you intently as you describe this. Ah, that is very interesting. It's very much like my own quest. Perhaps one day I will reveal that to you in the future. But until then, I am interested in this. I will help you find this sword and this Carmen, you say. Carmen. Yes, I will help you. And guided by two of the other priestesses of Saren Ray, I won't describe it fully because I've described it before, the whole thing, but on the far end of the southernmost part of the temple, there's some stairs that go up, and they're broad, 20-foot wide stairs, and you go up these steps, and at the very top, you're hit by this big window that is just shooting sunlight at you, even though the sun is on the opposite side. It's as if the sun was on the other side. And you're hit by this warm sunshine. And there, in front of this light below, is the image of Saren Ray. Golden and white and beautiful and exquisite. And this is beautiful, Althea. I will take my time here. You go about your way. I will spend my time here alone. And you are alone except for the one priestess. You go about your way and to your shrine. I need to speak with Saren Ray. And she turns to face this light in the statue and begins to slowly walk toward it. You stand there watching her do this. If you would like to take your leave and go to your shrine, you can do so.
Yeah, I would. I think she's in good hands here, so I'll go to mine and I'll tell her that whenever she is ready, we can meet back up and take our leave.
Okay.
But there's no rush.
Okay. So what do you want to do? You want to go to the Desna shrine? That's the plan, right?
She's yes, but I also want to maybe investigate the area that the sword once stood and take a look around, because we've only talked to the people that were there, but I don't think we looked at the crime scene ourselves.
Mm-hmm. You can ask around. There's a few priestesses as well that could probably help you. It's all been cleaned up, but you can see that the glass has been shattered. The sword, what held the sword in place is now bare. It's not there anymore. There used to be this little latch on it. It's obviously been broken off. It wasn't locked, but there was a latch on it. Broken off, which ended up smashing the top and such. So, yeah, somebody got in there and just swiped it and reached in. And from what they say, no roll needed here. From what they say, it must have been done when the fire occurred. As you know, they also say that they suspect, as do many others in town, including the town guard, Longsaddle himself was here investigating it. Of course, he's the head of the Otari guard. I think you've met him. They all agree that Carmen, who is the town's blacksmith, who is a descendant of Vol Rajani, much like Osef the mayor is a descendant of one of the Rose Guard, so is this blacksmith, so is this Carmen Rajani. Carmen Rajani's been trying to take the mayorship from Osef, competing against him, the big vote. We want this person to be the mayor. He was always the guy that tried to get him, and he's failed 4 times. Everybody knows this. He's bitter about the whole thing. He feels he should be the mayor of this town, as he should also have that sword. He always used to come in and eye it up and just stare at it all the time. Nobody had any concerns about it. Figure he's paying honor to his ancestors' weapon. But he's the big suspect because of that. It was his ancestor that held the sword, was his sword, and he does have this thing about it should be mine, and then there's the thing with the mayor. So you've learned all that during your investigations, and you're talking around with others as well. You've heard the same story. And that's about all they know and all you can get from this. So unless you'd like to really investigate, spend a little time and start looking for, I don't know, fingerprints? Not really likely in this case, but you know what I mean. Really get into it. There's no need for a roll.
Yeah, she's just nervous that if they go after Carmen, that if she's not 100% certain that it's him, she doesn't want to catch like the wrong guy and start accusing somebody of something that they may or may not have, just because they might be a bad person. Doesn't mean they're always the bad guy.
The way they describe Carmen, and from what you've known, again, you've been here 5 years. You've heard some things about people. He's a quiet, to himself, competitive person, and he's very bitter. He seems like when he does speak, it's always like shaking his fist at things, like he's mad all the time. He's not an older guy. He's about he's a middle-aged human. But he seems like the type that would be the type that just one day grab this sword and cause a lot of trouble. Not that he's a big troublemaker, but there's a lot of suspicion on him. And when this happened, since he's been around, he's the big suspect. That said, no one you've talked to so far has seen anyone at the scene of the crime. It's not like he was seen here when it happened, or running away hooded and cloaked with a big sword. Nothing like that was seen, at least as far as what you've learned so far. But that's the suspicion that you've gathered so far.
All right. Well, after just taking another glance and look over, then Althea would go to Desna's shrine.
Okay. And what would you like to do at Desna's shrine?
She would just offer up a daily prayer.
Okay.
Thoughts of her previous dream and the marking on her shoulder are just some of the things that would go through her mind as she's in prayer. Like, what does it all mean? Kind of thing.
You walk into this very circular room. The walls are lined with tree limbs and vines growing up to the top. A great light shows light inside, although it's more shadowy than the rest of the place. There in the center is a stone pillar with a top on it. You see an image of Desna, a humanoid with butterfly wings. It's only about 3 foot tall and of stone. And as you come to it, as is a tradition with Desna, and you kneel before it, there's a little wooden pad there for your knees. You kneel before it, and you put your hands on the stone plate in front of you at the feet of Desna. You could feel her toes, the statue-like toes, as you lean there and you put your head down. The first thing that comes to your mind is that Moonglow. You remember her? She was the caretaker of the shrine, this part of the shrine of Desna. She's no longer here, of course. She's moved on. A replacement has yet to arrive. you would know this. You feel the comfort of the situation. You love being in the presence of Desna and at her shrine. You've spent many hours, days at this shrine. You're very comfortable here. You could easily let hours go by without even knowing it in this presence. Knowing that you have to be on your way and meet your friends, you do lean into it, and keeping your eyes open, you don't want to fall into a dream state like is common in worship of Desna. You suddenly hear a slithering movement from the wall ahead of you. What do you do?
She'll instantly try to seek out where it's coming from.
Your eyes look up. Go ahead and make a perception roll, blind. As your eyes look up, there in front of you, 15 feet away, the opposite wall, behind the statue, you see movement. You see the limbs begin to move, and you see something shadowy, black, that has a sheen. Moving. Almost like it's oozing from the wall itself. But it's not oozing, it's moving upward like a snake climbing a tree. Is the first thing that comes to your mind. It's then that you hear, and it echoes on the walls in this chamber. What do you do?
I'll call out to it.
What does that sound like?
She'll say, shakily, hello? I know it's you.
Yes. It is me, Althea. Come. Do you do anything else?
At this point, is it still just like a voice, or see it?
The voice is coming from all around you, echoing back and forth. But while this voice is going on, you see what looks like a snake, a fat snake.
Can I do any kind of recall knowledge to get an idea of who or what this is? Like, is this could this be like some sort of transmutation kind of spell, or is it like another deity shape-shifting?
Give me a
Obviously, I don't think my answers would be that specific, but
recall knowledge. You can use occult, nature, or religion. Now remember, you can use the one that's the best for you, or you can use one that's going to give you more information pertinent to what you're after. Like occult deals with mysterious things, unnatural things. Nature will give you information about nature, like snakes and trees. So remember that. That plays a role in your choice of what you use, not just the bonus you get from that check. So
I think she's more or less looking into the spiritual side, so I don't have very much in occultism, so religion will be the next best.
give me a blind religion check as you try to recall things that you've learned about religion regarding Desna and those that oppose Desna, perhaps. Because of your experience in the past, recently, within the past few weeks, the voice is strangely familiar. And also, snakes, the Naga, serpent folk, rivals, enemies of Desna, vile creatures that dwell in the depths of dark places and beyond. They usurp, they try to infiltrate those that they want to bring down. They deceive, they hide themselves. Many writings of Desna describe such things, such beings. Perhaps, Althea, that is what lies before you. You sense that that might actually be the case. You remember the tale of the snake that consumed the butterfly in a horrible fashion. A story which I won't relate to you here, but you do recall it. They're frightening beings. So you do recognize that perhaps this, especially in the presence of a shrine of Desna, that might be what it is. Serpent folk, Naga, evil demons that seek to destroy Desna and desecrate her shrines and those that serve her. Perhaps that's what it is. And as these thoughts race through your mind, you see the slithering on the far wall. You hear the echoes, the hisses, the lisps, the dark sounds. You begin to get frightened. You instinctively pull back and your eyes are wide open at this stage, looking beyond the statue. And as you pull back abruptly, all goes silent. The movement ahead of you disappears. You're not sure if it was real or not. But your mind has been alerted to these memories of serpent folk and Naga. So you have found that. Silence surrounds you. What do you do?
She's going to stay and continue her prayers, and
Okay, give me a will
a
save.
small little fist forms, and she's like, I'm not going to let this get to me.
All right, give me a will save. This should be blind.
I have Desna. I can work past this.
Would you like to use a hero point?
Goodness, yes, goodness will prevail.
There's no question about it. Slap that hero point down.
Yeah. I have come too far to be scared away.
Hit that button. Did you roll? I only have one roll.
Oh, I thought I did. I took the hero point off, but here.
Arthurian, you've made your way. You've got Alessandra in tow. She's reluctant. Why don't you listen? You dwarves are so stubborn. And you make your way to the forest edge. And you start looking for this path. Now, before I go any further, describe to me what this search looks like. How far in are you going? What does this look like? Are you going to the south? Are you working your way to the south slowly? Or what are you doing?
I'm going to go into the woods about 25, 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to sort of comb and like a cone an area. And then if it doesn't yield any results, then I shall move on to the next section.
Okay, and Alessandra, how are you helping in this, if at all? Since you are reluctant.
Of course, dwarves are stubborn. We don't quit.
She would mutter in her Humlin tongue so you wouldn't be able to understand her. She would be.
All right, let me give you your options. If you want to help Arthurian, you could make an aid. And what that is you're going to make a check along with him, but yours will be first. Your check is to see if he gets a bonus to his check. The check will be survival. All right? As Arthurian's trying to find this path or any kind of tracks that seem to be continuous and might be a game trail. If you want to help him, you're going to make a survival check to see if he gets a bonus. You could do that. Or you could search on your own and make your own check to see if you can pick it up. Now, it might take a while. It might be found really quick. It all depends on how good you are at survival. All right? Or another option is, you know what? Let him do all the work. He wants to do this. Screw it. Or whatever else you can think of. All right? So there's some options that might help you.
She'll do it.
Would you like to help him?
She would probably do it on her own.
Okay. And describe for me what that looks like. As you're separate from him, are you maybe 50 feet ahead of him doing the same thing? Or are you just skirting the outskirts of the edge itself while he goes in?
She would have moved about 50 feet in front of him and start to scour the area.
Okay. The edge of the woods. Or,
Correct.
or any paths that might be obvious. So you're moving a little bit faster than he is then. All right. So Arthurian, go ahead.
I'm sick.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, her having a head, that will make sense because I'm sick.
All right, Arthurian, make a blind survival check.
Should be on its way, and I will use a hero point if it's abysmal, which I'm pretty sure it will be.
All right, I got that. All right. Alessandra, you begin peering, moving well ahead. You can hear the dwarf crashing around in the trees, but it gets more and more distant as you work your way heading towards the coast. Go ahead and you make a survival check as well to see if you pick up any kind of obvious signs of a path. All right? This will be blind.
All right.
This will be blind. Now your DC will be a little bit different than his because you're using a different method.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sheppy, where did we leave you last? You were heading your way back down the Rowdy Rockfish? Sheppy, I don't hear you.
I was headed in the area where we were supposed to meet up to
Rowdy Rockfish?
go into the woods. Is what I thought was what was going on.
All right, I'll let you. You could head for the Rowdy Rockfish. And, well, maybe, I don't know, what did you guys agree on? Before you all split up? I don't think you agreed on anything.
Well, I told him I'd be scouting for the game trail, and Alessandra decided to help.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were all going to do once we were done with our activities.
Okay. All right, you can make your way quickly up the north end of town instead of heading to Rockfish, where I thought you were going. You're going to head to the north and follow that road that leads to the Gauntlet Road, and then further south, where you were supposed to be looking. And there in the distance, you can see Arthurian disappear into the wood edge. And you see Alessandra. You can make her out easily. There's not many people up here. You're very
I'll make my way down.
You're very familiar with this area because you sneak into the cemetery all the time. And you see Alessandra you can get close to get up to them, so no problem. So you join in this little search. And
Welcome to the party, Sheppy.
What are we looking for? A path?
Game trail.
I might know where one is. And I'll look as well.
okay, no roll at this point. Now, Althea, this goes on quite a while. I won't say how much until you're finished here, but you do get to a point where you pull away from the Desna, the shrine, and you kind of snap out of it the wonderment. I will say one thing, because you did make a roll. I will say that you used a hero point too, didn't you? Yeah. I will say that it was difficult at first to get your focus. Very difficult. You were scared. You were shaking. But somehow you managed to weather it, and all became calm once again. You felt the comfort. And you're sure you heard the whispers of Desna once again, comforting you. Follow your dream, Althea. Follow, but beware and be careful. I am with you. Reassuring words that you've heard before. And then you have your moment. And you eventually pull out of this, and you kind of shake away from it. And as you do, you hear footsteps behind you. And as you turn around and see the presence of Tamira, Althea, are you okay? You look distraught. She says to you from the doorway.
Needn't you mind about that? I'm fine. I definitely am fine.
Good. That is good. You look a little bit pale, and her eyes begin to look at the room and the chamber and the ceiling cautiously. Are you through? We should perhaps meet up with your friends. It's been at least a good hour.
Yes, I think it's best if we do that. Let's head off. Follow me. We can cut through the cemetery.
Yes, you can. And I'll bring you up there. That is a shortcut. Shoom. But yes, there is a winding path opposite the garden that's in front of the Dawnflower. A winding path that just goes up and up and up, all the way to the top where there's sometimes posted guards. In fact, there was at one point when there was the attacks going on. And it's daylight, so you know right where to go. And you head to the north side, or the north entrance of the graveyard, which is actually right here. I'll ping it. It's actually on the map. You can see that. If it'll ping for me. Yeah, there it is. And you can cut through there. There are 4 guards currently stationed there. Is that you, Althea? We recognize you. What are you doing in this cemetery? Come out of there. And who is this you bring with you? And the other guards kind of look suspicious, and they grab the pommels of their swords.
I'm just showing a newcomer around, and we need to head towards the north side, so I figured 2 birds, 1 stone. Show her the area and make it to the destination.
Yes, yes. Watch yourselves and come out of there, both of you. And you make your way out the entrance that has a gate on it. They unhitch it, and they suspiciously watch this new person, Tamira, who they'd never seen before. And you, mind yourself, mind your weapons, make sure your sword is tied, which is common here in town, to tie your swords so they can't be easily drawn. Yes, of course. And she reaches down and she starts to tie the handle of her sword. And you make your way towards the forest edge where you hear voices. It sounds quite familiar. It sounds like cursing and muttering. It's Arthurian. Oh, and yes, there is Sheppy. You hear those voices. And there to your left, you can see, heading back in the direction towards Arthurian, is Alessandra. And it's at this point, Alessandra, you reveal, here, I found it, before the dwarf could. And there you find, it's taken about a half an hour for you guys to find this. In terms of how much time passed since you've been starting your search. Half an hour, Alessandra managed to find that little path that goes in. And Alessandra, you see it. It's very difficult to see because it looks like there's this big dead log and some deadfall beyond that that's kind of blocking and covering the path. But once you get over that, there you can see it. And you can follow it for maybe 10, 15 feet and look ahead and see that, yeah, I could see this little game trail. This has to be it. Obviously, someone has been traveling this. But you're sure you found it. What do you do, Alessandra, as you see the other companions arrive?
She'll wait until the others have gathered. She'll wait till the others have gathered, and then she's gonna walk over to them and tell them what she found.
All right. Alessandra makes her presence known and gathers you all together, pointing out, here, Arthurian. She's found it, Arthurian. And you all come to this.
Arthurian will unclip his shield and strap it on. All right, let's be about it, he says, trying to catch his breath. He looks highly winded.
All right, and the path, you all gather in front of this path near the edge of the woods. There is some deadfall covering the path. It would be very difficult to see unless you hopped over that and looked. But as you do, you definitely see this game trail. It kind of zigzags, into the forest deeper. There's lots of underbrush, so it's hard to see. But if you would like, you could begin. We are at about almost an hour past noon at this point. You've heard the bells go off in town. So you know what time it is. So that's the time of day. If you want, you can proceed and follow this trail. Now, according to them, once you found the trail, it should take about an hour. We're talking a few miles. And it's been described as being relatively close to the shoreline as opposed to towards the Gauntlet. So this is going more further south towards the sea, but still within the confines of the woods. Do you proceed?
I will, yes.
Okay, I'm going to need a marching order real quick. Single file, side by side, any way you like. What does that look like?
I'll be in front. Shield
I got it
mace
back.
drawn.
Alessandra to be second.
Are you going 2 by 2?
Yeah, let's do 2 by 2. I'll be,
Would be
right
smarter.
next to him.
Okay.
That way, maybe you should be next to him and I'll be behind him.
God, it sounds like they're planning an ambush.
I'm gonna be side by side with Tamira. And you can sandwich me somewhere in the middle.
So are we talking about a 3 by 2?
Sounds like it.
Got
Sounds like Sheppy's behind me,
All right, Sheppy's behind.
Alessandra's beside me, and then Althea and Tamara's bringing up the rear. What it sounded like to me.
All right, so I'll have Sheppy in the middle all by himself. So it's 2, 1, 2, okay?
2.
There's 5 of you.
See, Fritz, they're trying to ambush me.
All right, Sheppy, you're right behind Arthurian. Alessandra, you're right next to Arthurian on his right, okay? Now,
Yep.
behind you, Sheppy, is Althea. And next to Althea is Tamira. Okay? Now,
Gotcha.
Is anybody using any exploration activities? It will slow your pace down. So if it takes an hour to get there, it's going to take 2 hours. That kind of thing. But it allows you to be prepared if you want to defend or if you want to investigate or search or anything like that. It's up to
I
you.
We can
would.
hustle for half the time. let's
I'm actually going to do
keep the
that. I'm going
daylight.
to hustle, so.
Well, it only works if we all do it. But I'm
Yeah.
down if we hustle and to
I'm
keep the
down.
daylight. But then
Let's
again,
get there.
do we want to sneak? And we can try to avoid notice. This way we kind of have the upper hand if we see him there, see him before he sees us kind of thing.
I have the mindset of the second.
Oh, Althea, this dwarf don't sneak. I mean,
But
yeah,
his hustle is our walk anyway. So
man, I'm prepared to beat the wheels off of it to get there.
Hmm.
I would go with the second one, but that's my opinion.
I mean, if we're not going to hustle, then I'll just stick to defend and we can move on.
Well, we could split, have a few of us hustle, and have a couple of us avoid notice. Like, we could get a couple people to scout the place by, like, just not scout, but, like, being there first. And then have some, like, at least a couple other people ready to act from the shadows if things go awry. So, I don't know. How do you want to do this? Or am I overthinking it?
I mean,
you're
Might be
overthinking
slightly
it.
overthinking it.
I just don't want to have a bad situation.
actually, the plan that she has actually does makes a whole lot of sense, because if you have some people run in to see what's going on in case there needs to be a backup plan, you already have a couple of people ready to go if things go sideways real quick.
Yeah, but you
It's
also
one
have to remember
guy.
that every time we split up, we die.
Yep, every time we split, somebody dies, and it's usually me.
Okay.
But just stay together.
Yeah, but
And
we've
we'll support.
got 5 of us. We could split it 3 and 2. 3 hustling and 2 in the shadows.
Althea, that wouldn't matter. I'd still die. Fritz would find a way to get it done.
Haven't we learned yet?
I will say that the woods, as you know, can be quite treacherous and dangerous. Boar, bear, wolves, and maybe even some humanoid-like creatures might dwell within, especially this part of the woods where very few people go. Maybe even owl bears, which lie to the north.
How about we just all stealth in?
That
Take a little
works.
bit extra time. But at least we'll all be hidden and together.
2 hours it'll take you.
We can try. Is anybody an expert?
I think Alessandra is. Let me double check.
Because we can follow her lead.
At stealth we're talking here, right?
Let me look.
Expert at
Yeah,
stealth.
stealth.
Talking stealth, yeah.
Yeah,
Have to-
we're gonna need help.
Yeah, because we can all follow the leader and make our way in and follow her example.
Where is that, Rachel? I haven't used that in a long time.
Oh boy, I
Follow
can
the
get
leader.
to the page. Hold on. It's called Follow the Expert, page 479. Choose an ally attempting a reoccurring skill check while exploring, such as climbing or performing a different exploration tactic that requires a skill check, like avoiding notice. The ally must be at least an expert in that skill and must be willing to provide assistance. While following the expert, you match their tactic or attempt similar skill checks. Thanks to your ally's assistance, you can add your level as a proficiency bonus to the associated skill check, even if you're untrained. Additionally, you gain a circumstance bonus to your skill check based on your ally's proficiency. So in this case, it'll be, if she's an expert, it'll be +2. So we'll get our level +2. So we'd get a +6 bonus if we followed her as our exploration activity.
And you're all making stealth checks here.
I'm not trained in it, however, I have a +9 to my stealth.
How
Like
do you
I'm-
have a +9 and you're not trained?
Yeah, you gotta be trained.
Wow.
No, I mean, I'm trained in it, but I'm not an expert in it. Is what I mean.
Okay. No, we need an expert.
No experts? No follow
How
the
about
expert.
how about our friend?
Making her do it
I
all?
don't take you as the sneaking type, but
Oh no,
we
I'm
could
not.
really use someone keen to walking in the shadows.
I could never do that. I'm not good at such things. I face my foes head on. I'm not very good at it all. I would leave that to you. I would better be more comfortable following you doing such things.
All right. Well, I guess it is what it is.
Anyone expert in nature?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Diplomacy? Yeah.
Yeah, just talk your way through the woods.
All right, let's stay in character here. Let's stay in character. What are you guys going to do? How are you going to proceed, Althea, Sheppy, Arthurian, Alessandra? You're on the
Shield
edge.
raised, walking through the path.
All right.
Stealthily as possible. As stealthily as we can.
All right, you're going to use stealth. That means everybody's going to make a stealth check. I would like you all to do such for me.
I'm
And
guessing blind.
this will be blind.
Okay.
A -1, so I've already let that particular cat out the bag.
Don't worry, I'm not far behind you. I only have a +1.
Me too.
Plus, I got second, so that's like -2 there.
All right, Arthurian, would you like to use a hero point?
Yeah, I'll use one.
Yeah, because you just stepped on a big stick and it echoes across the woods. As soon as your first step.
See? Told you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go up to Sheppy. Would you like to use a hero point, Sheppy?
Yep.
Okay, go for it. Okay, scroll up here. Alessandra, would you like to use a hero point?
Oh man, if I have to use it, it means I'm bad.
I'm only asking you. It might be a high roll.
If the roll comes back bad, I will use a hero point.
It's not bad at this point, but it's up to you. Althea, same question for you.
If it was a failure, then I'd want to redo it or
Go for it.
use my
I'll
hero
hold off.
point. Otherwise, there's nothing I'm gonna do.
All right, Althea, if you want to use the hero point, go for it.
I'll hold off on using mine.
Okay. All right. All right. You make your way, initially pretty clumsy. Arthurian starts off the movement down this very narrow path. It's hard to be side by side the way you're organized here, the way you're marching, but you manage it. It's going to definitely be a slow going, which it is due to stealth, but also due to the terrain. You're kind of wide for this. It's a very narrow path, a game trail. You hear in the back near Althea, you hear the clanking and crashing of Tamia or Tamira. Gotta write that down. So she is quite noisy. The rest of you are making your way quite along. Sheppy, you're doing pretty good, hopping over limbs and pulling yourself along as stealthily as you can. In fact, it's easy to forget you're even there, even though you're in the middle of the group. You do make your way and progress. Now, this, of course, it's not an easy path to follow. Arthurian, you can make it out pretty good. There's no checks for this. The path is there. You're right in the front. You have to pause every once in a while, every minute or so, just to get your bearings and make sure, this is the way. And this goes on for at least an hour. And you hear nothing, not even the sounds of birds. It's a very quiet, eerie part of the woods. And you continue on. After about into the next hour following this, being really quiet as you can, and you're doing a pretty decent job of it, although Tamira's having a little issues with it. You suddenly halt for a second as you hear something in the distance. It sounds like some type of howling noises. Dogs, no. Wolves, perhaps wolves. You can hear these howls in the distance, and it's quite a distance away, actually. But you definitely hear the sounds of howling wolves. And it's coming from your right, which is further north, towards the Gauntlet. And you push on. After about 2 hours, we're closing in on 10:30, but we'll keep going here. As you reach about 2 hours into this journey, so it's about mid-afternoon at this point, you see a clearing. You're right at the edge of the wood, still quite concealed. But you can make out the mouth of a cave. It looks like the path leads right to it, this open space. There's something in front of this mouth. It looks like bodies or logs. Logs stretched out, surrounding something in front of the mouth of this opening. I'm going to bring you to what you see. Yes. This is what you see. It's not actually glowing. I'll fix that in a second. But you're actually hunkered at the edge of the wood. There is this opening, and these logs, they look like they're about 30 feet away from you, as is the opening to this cave, but you can see it. And you can see in this opening, looks like all manner of traffic has passed through here. There's brushes that have been removed and stomped and rocks removed. This is a space where somebody has spent some time. You don't see any movement. You don't hear anything or see anything at this stage. And right now you're hiding at the edge of the woods using your stealth.
Any ideas on how we ought to proceed this? I've got one.
I say we make our way to the camp area. Take a look around.
But if there's somebody there, that could be a perfect angle for a crossbowman to just sit there and pick us off. So why not use me as live bait? You guys go around the side there where they can't see you, and I'll walk right up to them.
Out of the question.
I mean, there's only one of him and 5 of us. I think we can take it.
You're in no condition.
Arthurian has another violent coughing fit. Keeps everyone safe. Armor's thick, shield's thick.
Sutter would turn and look at Althea, looking completely frustrated, but not saying a word.
Jeffy says, "This is nothing unusual. This is what he always does.
Aye.
Go ahead. Do it. I got a flame spell ready to go."
Don't do it. Let's.
Aye. But
Let
if
him
you
do it.
two can
Can
make
you-
the far clearing over there
Uh,
silently, then we can proceed in case there is somebody watching us from the entrance.
Let's investigate the entrance and then investigate the camp. Yeah.
Can you see the
so
whole
we
map?
can-
No, just the
No, just
entryway
the-
and the.
correct.
Okay.
And like a few feet into the entryway, just due to light.
Okay.
Yeah, so whatever we decide to do, let's just be quiet and stealthful about it and not announce our presence to the world. Meanwhile, I do have to get off for the night.
It's 10:20. Okay. All right.
Yeah, John, I can hear John going crazy with the puppy, so
Okay. I'll tell you
I
what
need
we'll
to
do.
relieve him of puppy duty.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we'll do before we go any further. Let's go a little bit further where you can get up to the fire and see what's going on. Rachel, if you want to dodge out or end it right there, it's okay. That's fine. Well, I don't want to run through this session without you being here. But we'll. Are you guys good with that? Do you want to just get up to the fire and see what's going on, and then just, get a feel for it, and then end it?
I'm
Sounds
good with
good.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we'll fill Althea in on what happened. Because I don't want her being involved when she's not here. Or not being involved when, you know what I mean, when she's not here.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right. Well, I am going to get off. So have a good night. Thank you again for the session.
Okay,
It's a nice way to end my Sunday nights and to prepare me for the rest of the horrible, horrible work week.
I feel it. I feel it. I really do. I feel it.
So have a good night. Don't get us killed.
No, I'm just gonna get me
Do
killed.
lots of investigations and look through things thoroughly. Have a good night.
Okay, Rachel, thanks.
Good night.
Talk
Good
to you
playing with
next
you.
week. Of
I'll
course.
see you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, rush the campsite now while she's not here.
Let's do it. Arthurian's just gonna walk.
All right. Althea's in shadow mode right now. Okay, so no one else is going to play her. We'll leave it at that. But I am going to have you guys do a little bit of exploring while she's away, Rachel, that is, and see what you're up against for the next situation or the next session. Now, as I said, you're at the edge of the woods and you're stealthing. You don't see anything. What would you like to do now?
Sheppy, I got a question for you.
Yes.
You think you could lead this group around to that other far side by that big bush over there without being seen? Wait a
Let's
minute,
go.
wrong ping. That one, the one on the right.
Hey, this way. Make our way
And
over.
as soon as you get there, Shippy, I'm gonna step out into the sunlight.
Sounds like a plan.
And how about the rest of you? Or Alessandra, anyway. What are you doing while they're doing this?
She's supposed to come with me.
Yeah, because they're gonna be close in cover from me being live bait.
Okay. So you're moving from
Mhm.
hiding. What I would like you to do, Sheppy, is you're going to make a blind stealth check as you move out of cover, along cover, to a new position. So go ahead and give me a blind stealth check. The rest of you will, you're good. Would you like to make a hero point? Use a hero point. Because as soon as you step out, you fall on a bush. You catch yourself before you go prone, but you do make a ruckus. If you'd like to quickly
Yeah,
catch yourself.
I'll use my last hero point.
Okay, go for it. Sheppy, or Athea, on the other hand, is quite stealthy. All right. Arthurian, you can hear Sheppy. I don't know what it is, but he's just making quite a bit of noise. You can see the rustling of the bushes as he tries to get out of sight, but he does make it to that position right near the mouth of the cave, very close to the logs. You could see Sheppy from your position as you stop and you push aside the brush and you look through. You can see what looks like a fire, a little makeshift campfire surrounded by these big logs. It's not burning.
Okay.
And Arthurian, he's in position. What do you
Seeing
do?
how he's in position, Arthurian's gonna look back up to the skies, and he's gonna have another coughing fit, and he's gonna look up. Give me one more day, and then he's gonna proudly step out into the sunlight in full view. Not stealth and not worrying about it. Shield raised, walking straight to the fire pit.
Where is your token, Jesse? I don't see it. Is it actually hidden in the bushes?
It's
Yes,
hidden
it's
in the
actually
bush.
hidden in the bushes.
I can't see it.
No.
While this is going on, I should have maybe mentioned this before having
Okay.
lead movement.
It's okay.
Alessandra would have her flintlocks pulled and at the ready, already cocked.
Okay.
I should have maybe mentioned this before we started doing anything. My bad.
All right, I will ask for a stealth check. Blind.
I-
Because you can be quite silent doing that, but it isn't guaranteed. All right. And then you did this earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Arthurian, you're stepping out.
Loud and proud.
Loud
Begging
and
bold.
proud. Everybody sees the dwarf suddenly stumble out of the brush, revealing himself to whatever may lie ahead. Sheppy, you're in an ideal position to see anything that moves, as is Althea. Alessandra, you're in the back. Pistols loaded, cocked. Kneeling next to you, not far away, is Tamira, who has her hand on her blade. There is silence as Arthurian makes himself known. There's no response, except silence, an eerie silence. Again, there is no sounds of birds or rodents or animals of any type. You hear nothing. But before you, Alessandra and Arthurian, you see a campfire with these logs surrounding it. And beyond that lies a cave. It's dark and quiet.
I'll approach the cave entrance and take a look with my dark vision.
And while he's doing this, what are you guys doing, Sheppy and Alessandra?
I want to check the campfire and see if it's warm.
You're coming out of cover?
Yeah.
Alessandra is going to stay undercover, and she's going to move around the back of the group, making her way towards the wall. So in case she has to come out in view to open fire, then she'll be within range of Arthurian. Will still be able to pull back to use cover if she needs it.
Can you move yourself where you want to be? Can you see Arthurian from your token with your dark vision?
Mm-hmm.
I mean Arthurian. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see up to the... looks like a bend.
Okay.
And a chamber. I can't see anything else. Looks just like a chamber that hooks and goes to the right.
What's that there? Do you want to form up and head in, or do you want to investigate the camp, or any other precautions as Arthurian stands there at the mouth, at the ready, describing what he sees to you guys? What do you do? Do you form up?
I think we were going to investigate and then wait for Althea.
Yeah. Was the fire recently burning or no? I was checking that.
It's pretty obvious that it hasn't been used in months, if not maybe a year.
All right. Well, I'll form up behind Arthurian.
Okay. All right, we'll assume your normal marching order: Arthurian, Alessandra, Sheppy, and then Althea and Tamira. Now, if you would like to end it there, we can do that, or do you want to go a little bit further? That's up to you.
I'm good with ending it here. And then
I'm good with ending it here.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Me too.
That's all right. Let me see if there's anything I could reveal at this stage as you stare at the mouth. Check my notes.
I do have a question for the gods.
The gods?
Can look around from where she is standing just to see if there's been any signs of life, like there's been people around recently, or if there's like any prints going into the cave.
Give me a survival check.
Okay. Blind as usual.
I don't know if that's the appropriate check, but that's the one I'm using. This should be blind.
Okay.
Yes. All right. You're trying to see if there's anyone been around here recently.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Sheppy, you haven't seen that fire be lit in a long time, so probably not. You do see, in front of Arthurian, you see where the ground itself has definitely been moved over. You see rocks overturned that were obviously stuck in the dirt a long time, but it's been kicked out. It's hard to see.
Does it look,
It's hard
does it
to.
look fresh?
It's hard to see footprints, but you can make out in this softer areas of the ground where it's almost muddy because it is damp here. You look like the edge. It looks like the edge of a boot, and it's recent, and it's going in to the cave. And Arthurian, as you look in and peer, you lean up against the side, and you, using your dwarven vision, you're able to see dripping water. You can see along the sides the dampness of this entrance. You also catch a tang of the mineral smell of this cave. And something else catches your attention. You're not sure about this, but you think you see the flicker of a light coming from the left to your left as you peer into this cave mouth. Where it turns. It actually turns to the left. Looking at your vision here. Yes. Something is going on here.
Now, is this something that Alessandra would see or something Arthurian would see?
Something Arthurian would see. You're not
Well,
really
looks like we got
into
a
it as
lot
much
going
as
on
he
there.
is.
Somebody's in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we're going to leave it at that. You've definitely found some clues of something that has moved into this cave recently. Although there's no evidence of a fire outside. You're sure this is it. This is the cave that must be described. What lies further ahead, you're not sure. It goes in maybe 20, 25 feet and turns, it looks like, to the left, where Arthurian might have seen the flicker of light. Perhaps. He's not sure. Could be just his eyes. Could be anything. That's what lies ahead of you. It's about 3 in the afternoon, 3 hours before dusk. And this is the situation. And that's where we're going to end it. What lies ahead is yet to be known. We'll find out next week for sure. Unless you're up for another game session in the Wild Beyond. Kyle, that's up to you. You get in touch with me. But anyway, we're going to call it here. I'm going to let you guys do your outros. And then I'll shut down the stream and linger a little bit after the stream so we can discuss a few things. And then we'll call it. So, Jesse, do your outro. You're up first. What'd you think? Did you enjoy it? What do you think's lying up ahead?
Hey guys, good session tonight. And yeah, we have a lead that might lead us to one of our missing items that we need for delving deeper, which is always good. And I'm excited to see what happens next week.
Awesome. How about you, Alessandra? What'd you think about tonight's session? What do you think lies up ahead, huh? What are you thinking? Alessandra?
Could range from anything, but right now Sandra's priority right now is trying to make sure that the entire group survives, because noting Arthurian's ailments and knowing that she wouldn't be able to hold her own even if given her abilities. So right now her senses have been heightened even more, just so she doesn't go down or the rest of the group goes down. So right now she's honed in on the situation.
Focused. Mm-hmm. All right, so did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy the session?
I really did.
What do you think, Kyle?
I had a lot of fun. It was A lot of good stuff was dropped. Instead of her eating it up like candy at a Christmas factory.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I really did. Now we're gonna see if we can't see what's causing that light to happen.
If it was light, could be
If
anything.
it was light indeed. I mean, it could just be something to do with this filth fever that's maybe playing tricks on my sight. Could be any number of things.
You still got that sickened condition going on. Let's push on. That's great. And Althea, or Rachel, number 1, she did outstanding once again. She really likes to get into that role playing. I love doing that, putting those little stories from her background into the campaign. It's good stuff. A lot of things going on, folks. I'm having a blast digging into this. And there's plenty more going on too, as is going to be revealed with these other characters. What ties them together? What ultimately is it? What is the story? Besides the gauntlet. Of course, the gauntlet's a big deal. Folks, we're going to call it there until next time for episode 46, I think. Thanks to all my players. Everybody, you do great. We're going to be back again. See what happens next episode and see what lies ahead. So, folks, thanks for watching. Comment, as always. I see the conversation going on in the chat. I'll check all that up. I'll check up on that after the stream shuts off. But thanks, you guys. And I hope you enjoyed. And stay tuned. We're going to be back again with another live session, maybe, next Sunday. So until next time, folks, you guys hang in there, because it's only going to get better. Talk to you soon.